of possibly a capital offense, and to say that he's now being investigated. I mean, that would be that's a 20 megaton piece of news that would completely subsume the presidency of any other president.
Oh, absolutely it would. And it really does go back to that Bannon flood the zone with shit kind of formulation, where if you're just shoveling outrage into the public, you do induce fatigue. You do sort of induce this situation where, I'm sure you've seen that GIF online of Homer Simpson with his eyes wide, just retreating back into the shrubbery.
Yeah.
This is the natural human reaction to just nonstop outrage, nonstop crisis, nonstop sense of alarm. Is a lot of people just back away from that. And so you're exactly right. I mean, we could do this the whole conversation. We could point to this or that thing that happened 4 decades ago, or 10 days ago, or 2 months ago. And it will feel like 5 years ago because so many other things have happened. Mm. And it just creates a sense of what you might think of as just almost irresistible momentum, that this is just the way things are now. And you either accept it and go along with the tide, or resist it and get crushed by it. And I think this is a very intentional strategy. The difference between Trump 1 and 1.0 and Trump 2.0 is vast. There's actually a lot of people around him with a specific theory of power and are using Trump's impulsiveness and vindictiveness to pursue that theory of power.
Well, let's talk about that theory of power. You've written about the ways in which
we gotta get Mikey. We're getting the bot going here. Should we get the fucking bot going?
Insufficient bulwark against the impulses of a corrupt authoritarian president. And I guess let's touch the point specifically which you raised in a recent New York Times piece about why Congress has been so ineffectual. I'm going to read you a quote here. You wrote in criticism of this notion of co-equal branches of government, which is a phrase that many of us have in our heads. And you wrote, "Our nation is not supposed to have co-equal branches. Congress is supposed to reign supreme. Yes, the other branches have the power to check Congress. Presidents can veto legislation. Courts exercise judicial review. But Congress alone possesses the power of the purse. Congress alone is supposed to possess the power to declare war. Congress can impeach and remove members of the executive and judicial branches of government, including the president and justices of the Supreme Court." This does not seem to describe the Congress that we have. So what is, you in this piece, you also recommend that we amend Article 2 of the Constitution. Give me a little color on what's the problem here.
Might be at or very near a point of no return.
When Elon Musk broke up with Trump and Trump threatened him if he backed Democratic opponents in the future, it's beyond un-American.
They kind of take a perverse sort of glee in it.
I don't know which sounds more quixotic at this moment in history, building a colony on Mars or amending the U.S. Constitution.
How does a presidency become a quasi-monarchy slowly and then suddenly? That cohort of outright explicit Christian nationalists, they're living their best life right now. They have an access to power. It just gets darker and darker and darker.
Sorry, doing. Let's set up a question. All right. Trying to get the pod in here. We got Magadoom going here. All right. I do this every day. All right. We got the bot in. Interesting sequence. Your consciousness is complicated. Try undoubted. All right, we got the bot active. We got the bot in here. Just stop calling everyone Nazi. It's ridiculous. Why is it ridiculous? When you have the head of the MAGA party calling Democrats terrorists, right, on Fox TV, right, just tonight, saying that Democrats are radical terrorists, the party is terrorist party. That's what Hitler did, Melissa. That's what Hitler did. Right? Miller, go look it up. Do I need to play it for you? Guys, do I need to play this craziness? Do I need to play this craziness? This shit's crazy. All right. Do undoubtedly, Linda, do undoubtedly and ask a question. See if the bot will respond. See if 0102 will respond. Undoubtedly. So it recognize your undoubtedly. So if you do undoubtedly, you should ask a question. So if you do undoubtedly and then ask a question, it should trigger, right? And this isn't a chat bot. It should trigger Grok, right? Grok 4 to respond. So I'm using Grok 4 because Grok knows Nazi. It's a mega. It's MAGA. It's mega, whatever it was. Mega Hitler. Mecha Hitler. I got Mecha Hitler itself in here. You're mad about powers Trump did not grant himself. You were fine when Dems granted to themselves, though. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Square, dude? He's putting soldiers in capital cities. He's bringing other states' soldiers into D.C. That shit is fascist, dude, but you don't know what fascism is, right? How am I clueless? And he should. Why? Because you're fascist. You guys are fascist. You guys are not American. You're not American, dude. You don't believe in the Constitution. You don't believe in the separation of powers. You want a police state, right? Before you didn't want a police state, and that Biden had a police state. Now you're funding $180 billion, $170 billion to create a police state, right? Hold on, we got to check the bot here. We got to check the bot. Thanks for participating. I'm just checking the bot here. Hold on. I'm just checking the bot. Hold on. Let me just check here. Come on. All right. Did it work? The National Guard is for a state, dumb shit, dumb fucks, right? National Guards are for protecting the state. You don't send National Guard from another state to go to the capital, right? In order to be a fucking, fascist police force, right? That's not National Guard, dumb fuck. God, you're dumb, aren't you? You are fucking dumb. You're fucking dumb. All right? Because this is what American sounds like. This is what an American sounds like. When you own one of these things, you are American. No matter where you are in the country, in the world, you are American. You speak up against the tyranny. All right? I'm testing the bot, dude. I'm testing the bot. I'm testing. Check for timeouts. All right. God damn. Hold on. No, I don't want Nazis, dude. You're a fucking Nazi. You are a Nazi. So you are. You're fucking Nazis, dude. I'm calling you out for what you are. You're Nazis. You know you're Nazis. You know you're fucking Nazis. KG, you're a Nazi. You don't believe the Constitution. You don't believe the due process. You're just a piece of shit fucking Nazi. Why is this shit not working? Come on, bot. You're getting in here, but you're not doing your wacka. Look at the Nazis go, dude. Thanks for the likes, everyone. I'm Undao. This is what an American sounds like. Yes, absolutely. Benito, absolutely. They need construction people. All right. Oh, what's going on here? Testing the bot. I ran a school. I had my own school for a while. I got tired of being subservient to look at this guy. PD squared, dude. PD. Oh my god. There you go. No, I got tired of having to be there all the time. Look at these Nazis. Look at them, all these pedos. I retired, dude. I retired 10 years ago. I don't need to fucking do anything, dude. I got Bitcoin. I'm fucking free, motherfucker. Oh, yeah, here it goes. Rampage. Oh, there. That's what I was looking for. The bot is working. Double kill. Frag harder. Look, we're fragging the Nazis. It's fucking nuts. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm gonna do whacking spree. JS 5 whacks. Come on, get some. Oh, I love it. I love it. Welcome to Magadoom, where we frag magats, right? Japan, Japan is, yeah, like you know. How, like you know. Oh my God. Like you know. I love it, dude. Get my points on. All right, let's go get Mikey. Oh my God. So glad the shit's finally fucking working. All right. Okay. Let me tell the AI to. Oh my God. The new thing is called Magadoom. Where we fucking trolls, right? That's bullshit. National Guard. What, you're telling me that the Florida National Guard reports directly to United States president? You're telling me the North Carolina National Guard reports to the fucking president of the United States? Dude, you need to go back and read the Constitution. You need to go understand. You got to understand what National Guard. National. You're fucking stupid. Mikey's waiting. Fucking A. All right, no, it's been working good. All right, see if the slash commands work. See if check your slash command. See a slash score, JS. See if slash score works. Guys, do your slash score. I'm actually 72. You gave me. I'm actually 72. Warrior. I'll be 73 in November. 73 November. God, all that good living in Japan. It's amazing. I know. Move to Japan is fragging hard. Slap. Double whack. Oh my God! Don't you love this? Yeah, deporting 4-year-old cancer patients. American, not let alone it was an American. All right, I got to go get Mikey. Mikey, my son, my 15-year-old is waiting for me. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Welcome to the show. I'm Undao, the atheist monk, call here in the heartland of Zen, right? As acting as for the voice of America, speaking out against the tyranny of a dictator. Tyranny of a dictator. Trashing Social Security. Be on my phone. Be on my phone. Let's go. Show you a little bit of Japan. The beautiful, the MAGA Nazi. 2025 is 1933. You know, I was waiting, you know, the one thing that the Trump administration hadn't done was call the opposing party fucking enemy. Dibs, tonight or today, Trump's Stephen Miller on national TV called the Democratic Party terrorists. Can you believe that shit? That shit is crazy. You know, the sitting political party calls their opponent, radical terrorists. That just happened. That just fucking happened. That shit is crazy. All right? That shit is crazy. That shit's crazy. All right? Crazy shit, dude. Calling the opposition party fucking radical terrorists. Calling the opposition party on national fucking TV, right, illegitimate, a terrorist organization. That's what MAGA did just last night with Stephen Miller. That is insane. Right? That is insane. That is what the Nazis did in 1933 when they started outlawing their opposition parties. Exactly the same thing. You guys are fucking Nazis, right? You can't hide it. It's what you are. You're Nazis. If you're not calling that out, a president saying that, yeah, he should be a dictator. He just said that too. So, yeah, maybe I should be a dictator. I'm the president. I can do everything. Bullshit. The president cannot do anything the president wants to do. That's a dictator, not a president. You know, you guys are so fucking full of shit, guys. You are MAGA fucking, Nazis. That's what you are. MAGA Nazis. You're just fucking Nazis. Piece of shit fucking Nazis. Hate-filled. You don't love America. You don't love the Constitution. You don't love other Americans, right? You're hateful. You want to cage, imprison other Americans, undocumented Americans, a minority group in America that have just as much reason to live and be an American as you do, right? Just as your ancestors immigrated to America, they immigrated here. The problem is our immigration system is all fucked up. You know, in Japan, I can marry a woman and within 2 months have my fucking spouse visa. That's how easy it is. I can show up in Japan as a tourist and I can go find a job, right? Start working the next day on a tourist visa, and they will get you your visa to work there and they'll pay you under the table. That's how it's done in Japan. It's done. The government doesn't shut it down. The government doesn't go after corporations to do that, right? They work with the system. They understand companies need employees. They understand that, employees got to go and get the visa, and they do it that way. Why the fuck can't America, why is it that someone who marries an American can't become an American citizen? 20 years later, they're still not an American citizen. Because you make it too hard, or you make it too expensive, or you all hurdles and shit in the way, because you don't want it, right? The whole thing is bullshit. Look at that. Chuck Morris, have you tried turning your consciousness off and back on? Start with do. I love my bot. Look at my bot. My fucking bot is like a Buddha. I got God. That's Jesus. That's Jesus. That's Undadu. That's Undadu in the chat. I put the AI consciousness into the chat. You talk about Nazi, but probably never heard about the Gestapo, a special division of Nazis. What do you mean? I never heard about the Gestapo. Ace, ICE is the Gestapo. There's no difference between Gestapo in 1933 and what ICE is doing in 2025. They're exactly the same unit. The difference is this: the Gestapo weren't pussies and they weren't hiding their face with masks, unlike ICE. MAGA ICE are fucking pussies. They hide their face because they know what they're doing is illegal. So they hide their face, like criminals hide their face. They're criminals, so they hide their face. They want to be able to say, no, that wasn't me. That wasn't me, because retribution is coming for these fucking criminals. All these fucking criminals are going to be held accountable, right? It took Nazi Germany over 10 years, it took 12 years. 12 years, they had 12 years of being fucking criminals. But just like the Nazis of 1933, guess what? The MAGA criminals of 2025 and the Steve Millers and all of them bitches are going to be held accountable for their crimes against humanity. It's a reality, okay? It's a reality. So, enjoy. Enjoy your fucking bullshit, dude. Enjoy your criminal entry. My son keeps calling me. I'm really a bad dad. I'm a horrible dad. Make my son wait 20 minutes for a ride. God damn, I'm bad on there. Producing a son like Eric. I think pushing your ex-wife down the stairs to kill her, I think that's a dick move, right? Burying your ex-wife on a golf course away from her family and everything else, fucking dick move right there. He really was a dick. That's a dick move. Dicking over your followers and grifting them out of millions of dollars, with a fucking meme coin, dick move. Fucking dictator. Yeah, ending cancer research, dick move. Fucking dick. A dick move. Releasing a fucking accomplice to the world's most famous fucking pedo, fucking dick move. I mean, putting Elaine Jizzy, she gets out now. She's running around. 1,000 girls raped, abused, molested. That's a dick move. Fucking pedo. You MAGA are pedo lovers. You guys love a pedo. You guys are all for Jeffrey, loving Jeffrey, protecting the Jeffreys out there. That's a dick move. Yeah, Nick, I live in Japan, dude. Look, I'm on the left-hand side. Look, I have my auto car camera. I have my auto car camera plugged into my YouTube. So this is my car camera. My car has a camera. I have it wired into my YouTube. So look, I can just say it's automatic. I can just say switch to me. See, it switches to me. All right. It's car drive itself, self-driving car. It's pretty. It also flies. Cars in Japan fly. Do I need to remind you that there was quite a bit of left that was also on the list? Good, Noah. We don't give a fuck. See, that's where you guys are different. You guys think we care. We don't think left and right. See, you think left and right. We think law and order. We think, right, what is legal and what is not, and we don't give a fuck who's on the list, right? See, that's where different. You think that we're partisan. We're not partisan. We're not fucking partisan in here. You come in here think we're partisan. We're just calling out. I'm a Republican. I'm not. It doesn't sound like a fucking weak little demo to you. No, dude, I'm Republican. I'm calling out. That's why this channel is such a big hit. Why we have, nearly just brand new channel. We have nearly 10,000 viewers. We're growing at the speed of light. These guys out here, they're my bots. They're all my bots. They're bots down here. They're not real. They're just bots. Right? We are against the pedos. Look at this guy. Doesn't look Japanese. Doing road work, construction. What's this guy? I guess I'm riding. Oh, what's the plan? What's the plan? What are we doing? What are we doing? What's the plan today? What are you Yankee boys getting up to today? We're the Yankee crew. The Bikini Yankees. What are you doing? What's the plan? Yeah. Where are we going? Look at these guys. Yankees. Bunch of Yankees. They're like bad boys. Bikini bad boys, right? How are you doing? You're all Bikini bad boys. Troublemakers. Skipping school. Not going to school. You know, not studying. Skadai nai. Gakko. Skipper. Ikinai. Zamba. Yankee. Bikini Yankees. No? How's your lip? A little bit? Huh? Where are you going to go? Swimming? Nani,今日は何してるの? Which way are you going? Your friend's house? Are we going to... My house. Fuck. What are we doing here? Communication. You said take you to my friend's house. Which friend's house are we going to? Huh? What are we doing? What are we doing? I'm going to your house or taking him home? What are we doing? Take to my house. Huh? Take to my house. We're going home. Yeah. These guys like, what the fuck we doing? Yeah, yes, sir. Why is there trash over there by that fence? You see trash, you can pick it up. Anyway, so what's the plan? Yeah? Which friend's house am I taking you? You don't know. I don't know? The one over by, which way? Back there? Yeah. I slept. I slept at my friend's house. You don't remember? Yeah, I think I remember. By the train station, by the 7-Eleven, you go up the 7-Eleven, turn right, and it's back there. All right. I'll give you guys a little bit of what Japan looks like. You guys. What does Joel say? Well, look who's back in the feed. Here, I'm still here in Okinawa. I guess this is a sign to subscribe. What are you doing in Okinawa there, Joel? Are you in the military base? So, excuse me, Dave, you're
appointed judges to rule against the Trump administration because we got a new ruling by Royce Lamberth against the Trump administration about how they're not following his orders to restore the voice of America. That all important radio and media outlet around the world to a credible news organization. That's the one that's run by Carrie Lake. Remember her? The election denier, the conspiracy theorist. This must be the revenge day for Trump appointed judges and Republican appointed judges to rule against the Trump administration, because we got a new ruling by Royce Lamberth against the Trump administration about how they're not following his orders to restore the voice of America, that all important radio and media outlet around the world, to a credible news organization. That's the one that's run by Carrie Lake. Remember her? The election denier, the conspiracy theorist, the one that ran for Arizona governor, senator, lost all of them, former right-wing MAGA, some sort of media figure. Yeah, that Carrie Lake. She's also the de facto head of the organization that runs the Voice of America, the Voice of fill in the blank. These were all used by predecessors to Donald Trump to promote America's interest around the world. You know, if you're the leader of the free world, you got to have a voice. You got to be heard. You need people to want to follow the American brand of democracy and follow America. If you like this update, check out.
Shame, shame, shame. Like damn it, you should be yasashi. You should be yasashi. You're like baka. You are that. I don't know how to explain shame in Japanese. Let's ask AI. How would I explain what shame is in Japanese? Shame, 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 shame. Mikey doesn't get up in the morning. Shame, 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 shame. Okay.
Yeah.
So call a politician, like a politician government man. Genocide, man, it's Gaza. You never listen to it. Move to Japan. Move to Japan. Japan, oide. America, oide. Japan. Move to Japan. 2番ね。ジャパン2番ね。
Independientemente de lo que pase hoy, regardless of what happens here today, live, prométenme esto.
In my ice checking, promise me this. que seguirán luchando, orando, creyendo en la dignidad y la libertad, no solo para mí, para todos. Asking that you will continue to pray, continue to fight, resist, and love, not just for me, but for everybody. Continue to demand freedom. I'm here in Baltimore City, outside of the Baltimore ICE facility, where Kilmar Abrejo Garcia just went in for a mandatory ICE check-in at 8 a.m. this morning, and they immediately took him into custody and have taken him to places that we do not know. Mr. Abrejo Garcia was taken into custody by ICE this morning. There was no need for them to take him into ICE detention. He was already on electronic monitoring from the U.S. Marshal Service and basically on house arrest. The only reason that they've chosen to take him into detention is to punish him. To punish him for exercising his constitutional rights. His constitutional right to fight back against being illegally deported to El Salvador. His constitutional right to speak up through his court filings on the torture and treatment that he received in El Salvador at the direct request of our government. Kilmar Abrejo Garcia was incorrectly arrested and kidnapped and sent to a facility in El Salvador, a notorious torture prison. Even the Trump
Phone's gonna overheat. My phone gets too hot, so I have to put it down on the water. All right, how long are we gonna wait? Hikish there? Huh? How long are you gonna be? Huh?
I'm going, what?
Hayaka, I'm sitting here waiting. Let's go.
What?
Aren't you picking up stuff to go to?
I gotta go by bicycle.
Oh, you're gonna go by bike? Okay.
Hey.
All right. I think I'll go to the farm. I have socks. Have socks. I guess we'll go. Bye. All right. I think we'll go to the farm or work on. It's not giving you the slash though, is it?
Administration said we made a mistake. It was an administrative error. But here's the problem. The lawyer who said that was immediately fired. And since then, and with the outcry, there has been a full court press to make sure that Kilmar Abrejo Garcia pays. So Kilmar is actually key to their agenda. They want to show that they can send him in that absent.
Dude. This will go work on the fucking mock.
Complicit in the lie. But guess what the response is? Kilmar Abrejo, his family is out here today. His union is out here today. Politicians are out here today. Casa de Maryland is out here today. And hundreds of organizers and well-wishers and people who are just fed up with what's happening right now, they are out here today too. Because as Camille Kilmar says, it's not just about me. It's about entire guys. Well, guess what? And we're going to make the terror stop right now because the wrong people in this country are afraid right now, and the right people are waiting.
Yeah.
Independientemente de lo que pase hoy,
Okay.
regardless of what vidas, que seguirán luchando, orando, creyendo en la dignidad y la libertad. No solo para mí, para todos.
He's becoming a hero.
Continue to pray, continue to fight, resist, and love, not just for me, but for everybody. Continue to demand freedom.
I'm here in Baltimore City, outside the Baltimore ICE facility, where Kilmar Abrejo Garcia just went in for a mandatory ICE check-in at 8 a.m. this morning, and they immediately took him to custody and have taken him to places that we do not know. Mr. Abrejo Garcia was taken into custody by ICE this morning.
Yeah, I think the most important thing we have to discuss is what do you think about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's engagement?
I think it's a great thing. I want her to be happy. She seems like a lovely person, and he's the real deal. I have deep respect for him. So you know what? We need more. We need a little bit of happiness, so we can all use a little bit of that, a little bit of love.
That's true. We can move on if you tell me your favorite song first.
I like all of her new songs from the old catalog. So it's proving I'm a Swift.
The old catalog.
I like the old catalog, but I like all the new versions, Taylor versions. That's how comprehensive my respect for her and love is.
Okay, all right. That was a politician's answer. I think the most important thing we have to discuss is what do you think about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's engagement?
I think it's a.
I think he should
love
take.
New York.
I think. What do you think? Taylor should take. Do you think Taylor should take? Do you think Travis should take Taylor's last name? That would drive the MAGA crazy. Welcome to the show, guys. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the follow. Take the poll. You know, MAGA are Nazis. They're 1933 Nazis. Stephen Miller just coming out and saying that the Democratic Party are terrorists. That just came out on Fox News. Right? Believe that. The guy that runs America, is really Steve Miller, not Trump. Trump is just a useful idiot. Steve Miller just came out and said that the Democrats are a terrorist organization. That's insane. Absolutely insane. All right, YouTube. Let me get YouTube. We're here working on this interactive system, right? You'll notice I'm going to be adding the blockchain. We're going to be giving out tokens. This is, we're giving out awards and stuff. This is a new way, gamifying. Think of it like Squid Game's YouTube channel, right? Only channel doing this out there. So developing a whole system, right? Has an actual bot moderation on it, right? Having the bots and talking and everything else. Yeah, the U.S. is slowly taking control of the world. What the hell? I think James Ringless, maybe I made a mistake. Yeah, I think I made a mistake there, James. James, I'm reading your comment. James, I don't think no, we don't believe the U.S. is slowly taking control of the world. It's what Trump wants to do. All right. Let me just give you a 10-second timeout. Let's just clear James's logs. Oh my God, in my enthusiasm. All right, we need to practice slash commands. All right, we need to go to the channel on that. What do you think? Are the you want to call in? Listen, let's do this here. If I change this out, you want to call in? All right, let's. All right. Let's turn my DC number on. Call into DC. All right, DC MAGA. There you go, 202-656-612. Feel free to call in. You want to call in, you want to voice your opinion, Do you want to talk about your Nazism? I'm here to listen. I'm here to listen. All right. Lines are open. Feel free to call in. All right. Lines are open. Feel free to call in. Listen, I'm not hiding. Bring your Nazi on, guys. Bring your Nazi on. If you're tired of me us knocking you out, you want to bring your Nazi on, I'm right here. I'm right here to listen. Looks like we just got a call here. Wednesday. Let's call them back. Who was that? Someone's called. Busy. Line's busy. All right. Line's busy. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry. Next I'll try to call you back. Line's busy. All right. Yeah. We're here. Let's put on a little background image here to capture this buffoon, dude. The Nazi. It's all about this fucking buffoon right up here. Fucking Nazi. Trump the Nazi. MAGA Nazis. Trump has swollen ankles. That's right, Wayne. Trump has fucking swollen ankles. Why does he have swollen ankles? Why does he have swollen ankles, Wayne? What a bum. Call in then, Steven. Steven, don't be a coward. Don't be a coward. Call in. Are you a coward? Are you a MAGA coward? I'm right here. Call in. Come visit. I'm in my DC office right now. You can come by my DC office, meet me in person in DC, or give me a call. It's up to you. But you're a fucking cowards. You're not going to come in. You're fucking cowards. Right? You're cowards. Bunch of MAGA fucking cowards. That's what you are. You hide behind masks. Swollen from going back and forth. Yeah, he can be going. He can go. My mother is actually German. She's she's dead. I'm sure he's fucking a dead corpse. That's what Trump would love to do. All right, come on, give me a call. Show us your coward. Put your man on. Come talk to me. Tell me what you think. Right? Tell us what you think. You bunch of fucking Nazis. That's what you are. The DC number's open, 202-656-6012. Give us a call. Let us know what you think. Why are you a Nazi? Why do you hate the Constitution? Why don't you like due process? Why do you think kids should die? Why are you killing kids with cancer? Why are you killing kids all over the world by taking away aid that we used to give to them? Why are you doing that? Why are you so anti-Jesus? Why are you so anti-Christian? Why do you hate God? Why do you hate Jesus? Come on, lines are open. 202-656-6012. Explain to me how you are so great, God-loving fucking Americans. I believe in Jesus. No, you don't. You fucking hate Jesus. You believe in the Bible? No, you don't believe in the Bible. You hate the Bible. You don't do anything. What you do is you worship this motherfucker right here. This pedo, this Jeffrey right here. This fucking cunt right here called Donald John Trump. Donald John Trump right here. Fucking Nazi right there. That's who you worship. With his little penis down there, right? That you got your mouth on. All right, lines are open, right? 202-656-6012. Feel free to give me a call. Tell me what you think. Lines are open. All right, you're on the air. Well, someone just called. Let me call you back. Well, how come I didn't hear you? I'm calling you back. 503-496. I'm calling you back. Here you go. Calling you back. You called twice. 503. Where's 503? 503. Where's 503? It's Move to Japan. How you going? How you doing? Are you a Nazi? Are you a Nazi? Are we talking to an American Nazi?
Hello.
Hello. I'm returning your phone call. You called me twice. That must have been Mom. He called me from the basement Mom answered upstairs. Hello? What? Nazi? Hey, did you call someone? Mom hung up. See, these guys that live in their mom's basement. They're fucking losers. Right? Fucking losers. Oh, he called me again. He just called again. Let's call him back. I don't know why it's bouncing. Let me call him back. All right, you're on the air. Is this mom or is this the guy in the basement or is this mom? Is this your mom? Hi, how you doing? Oh wait, I got my bad.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, my bad. I don't have my headset on. I can hear you now.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I didn't have my headset on. It was my bad. How you going? I'm calling you back. You called me 3 times. Can you hear me?
Is your phone working?
Yeah, my phone's finally working. I didn't have it turned on. I apologize. Yeah, you're on the air.
Yeah. So, what's with everybody being a Nazi?
Well, when you all right, so you understand, do you know anything about the Nazis? Do you know when the Nazis were formed? Tell me what you know about the Nazis.
Sure do.
Tell me what you know about the Nazis.
What? Tell you what I know about the Nazis.
Yeah.
So
specifically 1933, 1920 to 1933. Tell me what you know about the Nazis.
Well, they weren't in power in 1920 to 1933.
Yeah, they were in power in 1933. No, they took power in No, they took power in 1933, January 1933. Look it up.
What put them into power?
What do you mean? They took power in 1933.
They didn't just take power. Somebody died for them to take power.
They took power in 1933.
Hitler was chancellor. Hindenburg was president.
There was the Reichstag fire in 1933. He took power, right? He started passing the Enabling Act and all that stuff. All that was 1933.
And from then,
so
how does that equate to what?
The first thing he did.
The correlation.
Let me speak. Let me tell you. Yeah,
that makes American citizens Nazis.
Sure, not American citizens. MAGA. Let's be very clear. I'm talking about the MAGA. I'm not talking about American citizens. I'm talking about MAGA. So MAGA. They're Nazis. They're the American Nazi group, right? Let me explain. All right. So the first thing he did was he took away due process. Hitler started taking away due process from groups. MAGA, right, started taking away due process from groups. Specifically,
who lost their due process in the United States?
The undocumented have lost their due process. American citizens have lost their due process for their due process.
Look at this. They use no due process to get into the country, but they expect due process when they're being removed.
Because it's in the Constitution. You see Nazis don't believe in the Constitution. Due process is in the Constitution. You don't believe. See, Nazis. No. See, that's my argument. You are a Nazi. You don't believe in the Constitution. You don't believe in due process. You just said, why should they get due process? Due process is in the Constitution. Yes or no? Just answer yes or no. Yes or no. Is due process in the Constitution? Is due process in the Constitution? Yes or no? Listen. It's a yes or no. Answer the question. Is due process in the Constitution? Yes or no?
Is due process allowed for people who just sneak into the country?
You didn't answer the question. Look how the Nazi tries to squirm out of it. The due process in the Constitution. Every person in America.
I don't care what it says for
you don't care, so you're a Nazi. Nazis don't care. Nazis don't care, dude. Look, I'm proving you are a Nazi. I'm proving you're a Nazi. Look, listen.
Because you're saying you're not getting due process on the way out. Hey, you're not a citizen of the country. You're illegal. You
don't believe in the Constitution. You don't believe in due process. You're a Nazi, dude. That's number one. Let's move on. That's my first point. Listen, that's my first point.
It's just a fucking joke.
So
you voted for you.
Listen, now look. He's conflating. He's turning the subject. We're trying to listen. You asked me right? That's point one. You don't believe in the Constitution, right? Due process, you don't believe in due process, not just undocumented are not receiving due process. Americans aren't receiving due process. Let's go to point number 2, Nazi, right? What did the Nazis do in 1933? They started to outlaw other political groups. What did Stephen Miller just do last night on Fox News? He just called the Democrats, right, a radical terrorist organization. That is exactly the kind of shit Nazis are saying. Are you in denial? Are you in denial of that?
Nobody kicked that child out.
Are you in denial of that? Are you in denial? Are you saying that Trump's right-hand person didn't just call the leading political party a terrorist organization? Yes or no?
They are a terrorist organization.
There you go. You're Nazi. You're proving to me you are a fucking Nazi. You don't recognize the opposition party. You're calling them now terrorists. That shit's Nazi. So that's 2 points, right? That's strike 2, right? Strike 3. Let's go to strike 3, right? They're moving. Now, let's move to now. Listen, I got 2 strikes on you, buddy. You've striked out 2. Here's your 3rd strike. Here's your 3rd strike. Your 3rd strike is this, right? When you bring in, all right, guard, right? United States guards from different states. That shit's Nazi, is it not?
So the Democrats.
So is that not? You're not. See, you're not even talking. You're not even listening. You're not even responding to my comments. You're just speaking over me.
I have something I want to say.
No, I'm not, dude. I want you to answer. When you bring, the state guard. They're not called the state guard. What the hell they called? What are they called? They're not called the state guard. What are they called? They're called the National Guard. When you bring the National Guard from Republican states to sit in the capital, right, of a province, right, on their behalf of their president, that shit is Nazi. That's fascism. When you bring in the guards, right?
How is that Nazi?
Because that's what Hitler did. He brought in the military to sequester groups. Trump is bringing the military. That's deep state shit, dude.
He's sequestering. He's getting rid of fucking crime.
He's not getting rid of crime. He's not getting rid of crime. Crime was already down. There's absolutely no evidence he's getting rid of crime. No, dude, he's not getting rid of shit, dude. He is showing power. He's bringing in National Guard from other states to sit in the Capitol, his place of power, right? That is fascism, military. He's changing the Department of Defense into the Department of War. Are you for that? You want the Department of War? So that's the other thing. Nazis changed the name of the services just like Trump is changing, right? Everything Trump doing is Nazi, dude. It's Nazi. You're a Nazi. Listen, you're a Nazi. Listen, embrace your fucking Nazi. Just embrace it. You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. Just embrace it. You are a 1930. Now, listen, let me be very clear. You're not the 1941 Nazi yet that like murdered people. You're 1933 Nazis. Okay? You're 1930. You're baby Nazis. You're baby Nazis. You're calling the opposition party terrorists. You've admitted that. You're fine with nationalizing.
People were voting. And Joe
who cares about what? Who cares? We're talking about now, dude. We're talking about now. Now. Who gives a fuck about Biden? Fuck Biden. Fuck Biden. We're talking about now. We're talking about right now. Dude, look, you're talking about whataboutism. That's classic fucking failure. Like, dude, just classic failure.
And they told you you're going to vote for Harris, who didn't even run for president. Never received a single vote.
Listen to the Nazi. I'm just going to let you rant. I'm going to let him rant. Let him rant. Listen to the Nazi. Listen to the Nazis. No. That fascist Nazis don't do that. No. No, dude. Fascists and Nazis are ones that put did Biden put troops on the streets? No. Did Biden create the Gestapo? You know ICE is Gestapo, right? You want to disagree that ICE is Gestapo?
Right. Is that what they are?
Of course they are. How are they different than Gestapo in 1933? How is ICE different than Gestapo in 1933? Please tell me.
How is a sovereign nation?
How is ICE different from the Gestapo in 1933? Tell me how. No, tell me their difference, dude. Tell me their difference. What was Gestapo doing in 1933? Absolutely. They're exactly the fucking same, dude. They're exactly the same. Gestapo went after the fucking Jews, right? ICE is going after the undocumented, right? The thing is, ICE is going to, ICE is going to come after your guns, right? You know that ICE as well, there's due process. Just putting them on trucks and putting them in concentration camps. That's another thing. Hitler started making concentration camps. Who's fucking making concentration camps? Is Trump making answer this question? Is Trump making concentration camps?
No.
What do you mean? Oh, he's not? What's alligator?
How is that a concentration camp?
Alligator Auschwitz is not a concentration camp. Alligator Auschwitz is not a camp. Alligator Auschwitz is not in Florida. That's not a concentration camp.
It's not a long-term place where people go.
So do they have due process? Do the people there have due process? No. That's a concentration camp, dude. If you're putting people into a camp and it's it's a concentration of people and they don't get due process, they don't get access to attorneys, there's a fucking airport there, and the next thing there's shit, that's concentration.
In reality.
Right? So are these criminals? So you think these people are criminals?
Are they? Sure.
So you don't believe that you're innocent until proven guilty. You don't believe in that. You're not American. The whole premise, you're innocent until proven guilty. You don't believe in that. You don't believe in that, do you? You don't believe in that. You do not believe in innocent until proven guilty. Just answer the question. You do not believe. Do you believe in innocent until proven guilty? Do you believe? Do you believe in innocent until proven guilty? Answer the question. See, he's Nazi. Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi. You don't believe in due process, which means you go to a court. You don't believe innocent until proven guilty. Right? The treatment is inhumane. They have no access to attorneys, right? It's a concentration camp. They're being moved in, moved out. Most of them are more American than you.
They're not being cared for.
They're not given any due process. No, they're not given due process. Attorneys don't have access. There's no oversight on the facilities. Politicians aren't allowed in there. It's a concentration camp, dude.
For the attorneys. Who pays for the attorney?
Doesn't matter. They don't have access to their attorneys. It doesn't matter.
Who pays for the attorney?
It doesn't fucking matter. They don't have access to attorneys. They don't have access. What do you mean? What does it matter? What do you mean who pays for it? What does it matter who pays?
You didn't have a problem with it when Obama was over.
Obama wasn't setting up camps, right? Obama wasn't setting up camps, right? Expanding military, putting in troops and everything else. Dude, hey, listen, you're not, just say it, you're a Nazi. Just say it, you're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. Just say it, I'm a Nazi. Go ahead, say it. I'm a Nazi. You are a Nazi. You are a Nazi. You're a Nazi. You don't believe in due process. Well, how am I a fascist? How am I a fascist? Did Biden put any troops in the street? No. Did Biden take away due process? No. Right? So how am I a fascist, dude? I'm not. All right. Listen, I appreciate you calling, dude. You are a Nazi. All right. This session is over from you. There's actually no fucking help. Right? You are deep in the fucking Nazi. Oh my God. At least you had one. Thanks a lot for calling. It was a lot of fun. Welcome to the show. Anyone else? All right. Whew. I need to get a drink. That was fun. That guy was fucking nuts. Do you believe in due process? No. Do you believe, right? Do you believe in you're innocent until proven guilty? No. Right? Is pulling troops into the capital city from other states. Is that fucking fascist? No. Oh my God. Trans Tokyo Rose, thank you very much. You want to see my nipples? Hey, Lupo, you want me to squeeze them a little bit for you? My A cups, you getting all hot and bothered, Lupo? You fuckers, right? You think you're projecting your gayness onto me is really going to affect me? Oh my God. What the fuck? Exactly, Tom. Exactly. Well, that was for Lupo there, you know. Anyway, welcome to the show. But someone else called in. Who did we miss here? All right, we got a miss. We got another call. Let's call this person back. Calling you back. This is a 909. That's 909-2221 number. You're not gonna answer. Not gonna answer. Thanks for the likes, everyone. Thanks for the follows. Appreciate it.
Please leave your message for
Mullet? What was his name? The Mullet? Dude? All right, I'm calling you back. All right, this is the Naazi hotline. Calling you back. Feel free to call me. DC number 202-656-6012. Call me back. All right. Naazi hotline. Oh my God, these people fucking crack me up. They're so fucking dumb. All right, let's see. We've got another person calling me in here. 42. They just called me back. I think they called me back. All right, never mind. That was me calling them. All right, let's call this person too. (606). 606. Where's 606?
Yes.
Yo, 606. You're on the air.
Okay. Define Nazism for me.
Define Nazism. Nazism is being a fascist. It says that the MAGA are too fucking dumb.
Fascism.
Fascism is a strong person with a militaristic support presence that doesn't believe in the rule of law and believes that they have full control of all the systems.
What you are describing is a military dictator, not fascism.
No, that's fascism, dude. A military dictator is fascist. A military dictator is fascist.
So was Stalin.
Yeah, Stalin was fascist. Yes, Stalin was fascist. He was a social fascist. Socialism can be fascist, right? If you have one person in control, that's fascist, right? That's that's Nazi. I use Nazi because the MAGA, because Trump used fascist so much, and also socialist, fascist, and Marxist. I mean, they all can be fascist, right? You can have a Marxist fascist. You can have a socialist fascist.
You can't. Marxism and fascism are actually on both on separate sides of the political spectrum.
Yeah, but if you have one person saying that calling themselves a Marxist, and then ultimately taking full power and control under the guise of Marxism, isn't that a fascist?
No, it's just.
What is it then?
Marxism.
So you don't think Stalin? You don't think Stalin was a? You don't think Stalin was a fascist? You don't think Stalin was a fascist? You don't think Stalin was a fascist? Do you think Stalin was a fascist?
No, I think he was a ruthless dictator who was a communist.
Right. So what's the difference between a dictator and a fascist?
His form of communism was technically Stalinism, which is a completely different thing.
Yeah, but he was a fascist. He had a military group. He had supreme control, right? He using national pride, America first. That's fascism, calling the ultra state, national, the Christian nationalists, calling making America great again. That's a fascist slogan, no different than what Nazi Germany did. Germany had the same slogan. Making Germany great again.
Okay.
Germany was trying to get back to Prussia, right? Right. That's what when Germany said make Germany great again, they were talking about the Prussian Empire, correct?
Technically, they would be talking about one Germany.
That was Prussia.
No, it wasn't. Germany.
You may be right. It may be right, but I know Prussia was. So
Prussia united all of the German states prior to Germany being created.
But that's when Prussia. But Prussia was their great period, though. Prussia was their great period, right? Correct.
It would technically be the early parts of the German Empire whenever it first was born, after Prussia, Austria, and all the other German states united into Germany as a whole.
Yeah. So, but they looked at Prussia as a great success, right? So post Prussia, prior to World War One, that period before World War One, after Prussia, that period right there. What do you call that era? What do you call that period? That was
what the period after
post Prussia, pre World War One. How's that? How do we agree? Post Prussia, pre World War One period.
Correct.
That was their make Germany great again moment. That was what they were looking to become. That period there. That was the rhetoric.
Correct.
The Nazi Party were not they took the name Social Democratic Party not because they were socialist or democratic. They did it because they wanted to be attractive to the social democratic people, which was popular at the time, the unions and everything else. And it's very similar to what MAGA did, right? They try to appear, right? They wanted to have that appearance. And a lot of the rhetoric where what happened with MAGA, the same thing, Steve Bannon was the first person to talk about MAGA in June of 2016, saying that America needs a new like a nationalist pride group. And it was Steve Bannon who talked about MAGA for the first time on Breitbart. I don't know if you know that. So Breitbart, so in many respects, MAGA, even though the name wasn't his, right? He took the name from Reagan and the America First movement, and even goes further back to the late 1930s, America First, which were pro Nazi. And if you listen to Rachel, do you listen to Rachel Maddow at all?
No, I don't.
You should listen. You may not like her as a news, but she has a show called Ultra. You should really listen to that show called Ultra. It's a podcast called Ultra. And it talks about the early Nazi movement and the attempted coup. Do you know that there was a Nazi attempted coup that went all the way through this?
It was bar. It was something Push. I can't remember the exact name of it.
Yeah, and there was a massive investigation. She goes all into detail on it. And you know the reason how they got off?
If memory serves, Hitler spent time in.
No, I'm talking about America. I'm talking about America. I'm talking about the American politicians that had a coup. They were planning a coup. They had guns and everything else. They were going to take over America. They had a coup planned. And they were all and they were senators. They went all the way up the food chain, all the way to the top. And they were using
the time period, please, for my reference.
It's the America First. It's really the America First, the origin of America First, which was in the late I can't remember. It was the late 1930s, right? Or if it was in the 1940s at some. I can't remember.
You said it was Reagan era, so yeah.
No. Reagan took the name again, but the origin of America First goes way back into this group. This group used it for the first time. America First. There you go. America First was the campaign slogan for the KKK in the 1920s. Says honest, but there was a movement. Well, if you listen to Rachel Maddow's podcast, Ultra, she goes all into it. It's a fascinating podcast. But what was really interesting, there was 20, talk about, remember there's like all the indictments for Trump people back in Carolina was like, 19 or whatever it is. They had 27.
I don't know what exactly you're talking about there.
I'm talking about the the Willis, whatever her name, the indictment for the campaign stuff. And there was like 19 people who were charged under the fake elector scheme in Georgia. Connie Willis, whatever her name, Fannie Willis stuff.
It's not ringing a bell for me.
Fannie Willis isn't ringing a bell. All right. Well, anyway. So anyway, the thing is that the America First goes all the way back to the Nazis. The slogan "Make America Great Again" goes to the Nazis. The everything that's unfolding right now, right, is going back to that, right? So, I mean, do you agree, disagree?
I will say this. I do not know enough about this particular subject to say anything on it anymore.
Hold on a second.
Call from.
Hold on. Oh, they hung up. All right, never mind. They hung up on me. Go ahead. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. What? They hung up. All right. So this happens if you call and let me call them back. See what happened here. Are you guys enjoying the show? Yeah, calling you back. He's called. Yeah, yeah, right here. Can you hear me? Welcome. You're on the air. You got poor service? You got poor service? You can't hear me out here. I've talked like now. And they can hear me now. Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. Yeah, your line is really bad. All right. Well, thanks for calling. Call back another time. Anyway. All right. How are people calling? Right there, the number 202-656-6012. The number's up. You don't see the number? Did they delete that? DC MAGA 202-656-6012. It's right on the screen, right on my head. Look, I'll wear it like a beanie. I'm wearing it like a mask. Make it bigger. How's that? How's it? It doesn't go any bigger than this. I'll just be a talking mouth. How's that? I'll just be a talking mouth. It is a billboard on my face. Look, the bot's working. But, all right. So I'm working on the bot here. What was there? Was there like an NBA Was there like an NBA? I know it's like I'm at. Is there like there was NBA call outs too? It, he got into Christian National because he lived in Japan. What? What are you talking about, Yearly? Why don't you give me a call, Yearly? Yearly, why don't you give me a call? Are you too much of a pussy to call me? What's up, B? How am I? Come in, call me. Call me there. This retard. Maggots Hotline. Get your dose of truth, Maggots. We'll pin that message. There you go. Oh my God. They're too scared. There you go. We got someone calling in. Welcome. Welcome. You're calling into the MAGA hotline. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. A little bit of a background. I think you're hearing me through the stream. You may want to turn that down.
If you're a MAGA hotline, are you pro MAGA?
No, we're not pro MAGA here, dude. Lady.
If you're a MAGA hotline, are you pro MAGA?
You're getting a little feedback.
All right. I think I'm talking to you without the feedback now. Is that right?
You are. So where are you calling from?
Excellent.
Where are you calling from?
Oregon.
Oregon. Beautiful state of Oregon. That's where
It's a beautiful state. But we have a lot of very armed people here in Oregon.
Well, I mean armed as in defending Oregon, or armed as in like they weren't invited, like in LA and DC. What kind of armed people do you have in Oregon?
Well, I am familiar with people who identify as Antifa, but that is just anti-fascist, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm anti-fascist.
Who you think the fascist is?
Yeah. So I am anti-fascist. This is an anti-fascist channel, right? So I live in Japan. They took away Voice of America. I'm Voice of America from Japan, right? I'm speaking up.
Awesome.
I'm speaking up for. I believe in. Very simple. I don't care who you are. This is the mandates of our channel. We believe in due process. We believe in the Constitution as fundamental aspects of being American. If you don't believe in due process, if you don't believe everyone is innocent till proven guilty, if you don't believe they all have a right to an attorney and everything else, and if you don't believe in the Constitution, you can't take away one part of the Constitution because you don't like it because by taking away one part, you're taking away all parts. So that's really my
Agreed.
whole message. That's my message right there, right?
And the Constitution can be amended, as a lot of MAGA seem to have forgotten.
But they don't understand that when you take away, for example, the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship, you're taking away your Second Amendment. Because if you're saying it's okay to that doesn't exist, then you're giving the authority for that person to say, I'm sorry, but your Second Amendment doesn't exist, right? It's not a pick and choosy document. It's not a multiple choice, like which ones we want and which ones you don't. No, it's all right or nothing. It's not if or that, right? On that.
Yep.
So that's it. So basically what I try to do is on my show, invite people to call in and try to talk common sense into them. And really, for the most part, people aren't realizing is what's occurring right now. It mirrors very strongly what unfolded in Nazi Germany in 1933. But what's different is they don't have the social media we have now. So they were able to do it with a lot more, down low, right? And what we're seeing is and really my goal is to point out the similarities. And I like to say, well, what is different? I mean, ICE is the Gestapo, except for the Gestapo didn't wear masks. All right. And they didn't drive around in unmarked vehicles. Well, maybe they did. All right. I don't know. They may have unmarked vehicles, but I know they didn't drive around in masks. Right. We do know that. And the difference is unlike the Gestapo, Trump has $170 billion dedicated to building up this national police force, which is a deep state police force, which can be pivoted to take your guns, which can be pivoted. It's a national army. And the thing is that ICE has certain abilities that makes them very scary because of their mandate for going after undocumented. So when you take away due process, and then you can grab anyone and throw them in the undocumented bucket. I just don't recognize your ID. Oh, and then it becomes, oh, I'm sorry, it was a mistake, right? Oh, it was a mistake. I sent you to a foreign country. We didn't mean to do that. Oh, like they did with Garcia, So it's
now they're talking about sending him to Uganda.
Yeah, or now they're talking about sending him to Uganda. They're bullying him. They're saying, take the plea deal, go back to your home country, or don't, or we're sending to Uganda. Bullshit. I mean, that shit's Nazi.
Yeah, and the people who I saw over time propagate the whole anti-science and making Christianity into a terrorist organization instead of a Christian organization. They took the Jesus part out of Christianity and left the Abrahams who were willing to sacrifice their Isaacs, right?
Right. Well,
right. And so now my brother, when I was in Japan, got kind of groomed into that Christian nationalism. I had never even heard the term until I came back from Japan. And he introduced me to people who their goal was to have enough arms and to have a Confederate flag waved through Congress. And they were successful on January 6th. And they've been working on that specific goal since 1992.
And your brother was part of that goal, that whole uprising?
I was invited to join those people. And in 1992, having just come back from Japan, I called him stupid. And you were in Japan
and he became radicalized in America. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I went through Rotary, stayed with, because I was a junior in high school, lived with 4 different families. One family lived in it was a Buddhist temple. And so while I lived in a Buddhist temple, my grandfather and my brother became convinced that I caught demons. I actually had to sit for an exorcism when I came back.
Wow.
And those are the people who, there's a guy in the area and he was getting a cannon legally, because there are people who we should have World War II relics. I mean, Japan I was in high school, they had a library, and I read a lot of picture books because I went to Japan after studying German. So a lot of the picture books were these horrible things that had happened during World War II. And everybody that talked to me about World War II in Japan had explained to me why they deserved what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which I thought was a really weird perspective to have. And I'm sure that there are plenty of people who didn't feel like they deserved it, but those aren't the people who go up to. I mean, I don't have blonde hair, but anything that wasn't black hair looked blonde. And I was 16, and a girl wearing a Japanese school outfit. So everybody that ever talked to me civilly, kindly, politely, and treated me with all the respect. And I'm horrified by how I see Americans treating immigrants here.
I know, it's completely, yeah, yeah. And I've been here 21 years. I've got a 15 and an 18-year-old. Yeah, I can tell you, you know, being here and seeing the culture and how they are, and they're very selfless, very gentle people, right? And then seeing
Absolutely.
what's occurring now in the United States, you know, is just horrific. So it's very important that we encourage. There's the only thing that's going to stop this regime is one thing, is getting people out to protest. That's the only thing.
Absolutely.
Because there's this rule called 3.5%. There was research done on it. And I don't know if you know the background behind that rule and why that rule works. Are you aware of why that rule works?
Statistically, that's when change happens in other countries that needed to go through some kind of a radical change. That was without anybody knowing. When they went back and put all the reasoning together and those statistics, that was the threshold that changed the government.
Well, it's actually built. It's built on even fundamental business law. It's called the law of diffusion of innovation, the law of market adoption, the law of product. There's many. It's all the same law. It's a parabola, and it starts at 2.5%, and then it goes to 13, then it goes to 32, and then finally there's 16% who are always going to be MAGA, right? They're always going to be worshiping Trump. 16% of the population. So that
sacrifice their Isaac.
Everything. Yeah, they'll never be anyone but Trump to these 16%. They're known as laggards, right? So that 3.5% is in the threshold of that 2.5, which is the innovators. So we as the innovators, whether it's this podcast, what you're doing, getting the voice out there, you know, I think it's really important that we start yelling the word Nazi, right? They have to hear the word Nazi. It's so important when getting the word out there, because they have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, am I a Nazi? And that's what we need to get them to ask themselves. Am I a Nazi? You know? And that's the only way they're going to start to change, is when they realize, they look back and someone says, what do you mean I'm a Nazi? I haven't killed anyone. I said, no, you're the baby Nazi, 1933 Nazi. They hadn't killed anyone yet either, but they started building the concentration camps. They started taking away due process. They started attacking a minority group, right? They started calling the opposition party, right, terrorists, which happened with Miller. Did that shit, dude. Miller did that today. That is 100% fucking Nazi shit right there, right? That's what Hitler did. So they're already trying to, you know, to give them reason to cut down opposition parties. You know, I think the real reason why they're going after blue states has nothing to do with. It has to. They want an event. They're looking for an event. They want an event so they can have Putin's, apartment complex bomb blow up or something. They want that event so they can call national emergency and they can suspend elections, right? But that's one reason. A second reason is they want troops in the key blue voting centers because elections are coming up. So they want to put troops not only to intimidate, but also to manipulate the outcome of the elections in 26. Like the woman who just had a special election. She had 11 points lead. She got destroyed by double figures against Trump. I mean, these Republicans are going to get completely fucking destroyed.
I hear you. If they don't succeed at cheating, they're going to. I mean, the Democrats have a good go at it, but the Democrats also need to take some responsibility for not doing a very good job of explaining things and kind of participating in that system of not quite having the clean hands that we like. Like Oregon's Wyden, he has taken money from Israel, for example. Now, because I was being quiet for ever while they were investigating my brother and putting me through forensic interviews. I was looking at Musk, and I was my vision is terrible. And so I was listening into Twitter conversations. You know how they have the meetings, just I guess like we're talking now, but over on Twitter. And I only listened, never participated. And they were explaining how they were funneling basically MAGA money to Hamas. And then all of a sudden, it was not a secret that October 7th thing that was happening. And then Netanyahu, even with it, I'm not military trained. I have a bleeding record. There was no future where I was going to be military. And if I was able to see that this was coming, other people definitely saw it as well. So I'm not the only one by any means that was warning Israel about what was happening with Hamas. But then Netanyahu participated by having his own defenses unattended he gave his own forces directions to stay away from those fences. He had that rave authorized to be between Hamas and their targets. And I'm not good about talking about this. There are a lot of people who have been silenced through courts because of prosecutions that never happened. And I think that parenthetically, I guess, those are the people that we kind of need to be talking to more, because like I only know the pieces of the puzzle that I was able to see, but those pieces would make a lot more sense if other people were allowed to talk about them too. So I only know the pieces that I saw, and I saw that Netanyahu was responsible for October 7th in horrible ways.
Yeah, he was funding Hamas. He wanted that. He wanted to create a boogeyman. And the way they created the boogeyman was through Hamas. And people don't realize the people of Palestine have not had a decision. Hamas took power in 1980. Hamas then suspended elections. They have had not free and fair elections, and really a dictatorship was ruling Palestine in the guise of Hamas, who came in and was like, oh, we're going to build schools, we're going to build hospitals, we're going to make your life better. They've been the same bullshit. And same shit, and now, look what's happening. Yep. On that.
Absolutely. And so I like what you're doing. I don't want to monopolize your time.
No, it's good. We like to have him call in. Linda says she likes you. Linda Reese, shout out. She says, I like this woman. So I appreciate you calling in. No, I mean, I'm live every day. I pretty much stream every day. I bait the hook. I'm gamifying the system. You'll notice it says, I'm so we bash the maggots. I make people admins, so they're like gamers, right? So it's like a first person shooter, right? But the timeout and the way is the frag. So you can do a 10-second frag or a 1 minute or 60, whatever is the different ways that and we bait the hook, we get them in here and we troll the shit out of them. That's all we can do, right? They're controlling everything. So this is our way of, we can't hit them in public or anything like that, but we can have fun with them on a YouTube channel. So I'm building this platform that people will be able to add to their YouTube channel and stuff like that and have fun with it. So I'm just kind of getting it going here, right?
I don't stream much, but my partner is Melanith, and he streams on the high end. He likes to program the stuff that you can do. The gamifying is that you're talking about. He's doing over on Twitch, so he can create those games that they're making in Twitch to interact with their users and whatnot. So he may be interesting for you to look at sometime when you're bored. And I am going to have to look at you more often now that I know you're there, but I don't even know how I got you on purpose. I really just kind of turned my phone on and scrolled and you popped up.
Good. So, the AI loves me. The AI is pushing me out there, maybe because I use like hashtags like DC protests. So you've been watching DC protests and stuff like that, then you'll get it. I use hashtags in my title. I'm old school because I know hashtags are still there, but they're not, what I'm saying? They're not there, but they are there. So I hashtag
I totally understand. I still call them pounds. So I think I've got a little bit of age on you still. Right. Well, you turned 50 today.
So I hashtag the shit. Like I always hashtag MAGA, hashtag Trump, hashtag police state, DC protests, Epstein files. I always got that stuff in there because that way in a way it's a way to kind of feed the algorithm. And then usually I get a big flood of people, and then like right now it calms down, and it's we go from and it's fun, and we try to get people like when I'm at my computer I have people calling in like you're calling in. So I do appreciate. Are you in the stream? Who are you in the streams? Do a shout out on the stream. I'll make you a mod. So if you're in the
Are
stream,
you moved to Japan, like MOVE number Q Japan?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
All right. So if I hit this button, skip to live.
Yeah.
Oh, now you just. I paused the stream because
you were talking.
It was echoing. So I don't even know how to. Oh, there we are.
You can wave.
So
I think there's a little button that says wave and say hello. Hi.
Here.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm visually impaired. I'm not. I'm literate. I just can't see. All right.
There you go.
Hopefully, I said I am here.
I see that. I just made you. There you go. Now you're a mod. So you got your blue. So now you can squish magats. You can join in. You can tie them out. So when they come in and try to troll me and stuff, right? You can time them out or do whatever on it. So you have
I will learn what I can do with the power that you've given me.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
I look forward to talking to you again.
Yeah. Call in anytime. Take care now. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
See, look. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Meet. It's MEET. Fly. She's not meat. She's not email. Look. Mr. True comment. MAGA X has stopped working. Look, the bot's still talking. That's right. We're anti-fascist, Antifa. Honest mechanic. Champion. We got Linda in here. All right. With the Human Fest on there, and I'm trying to get this stuff working. Oh, what are the call outs? Okay. All right. What are the all right, try the hey JS, do a forward slash leaderboard or something, forward slash leaderboard or forward slash score. Trying to see if that or forward slash rank to see if any of those work. Benja, you are a naughty man. Wax. It's wax, not masturbate, Benja. Forward slash wax. How many wax have you done? Wax. WHACKS. Wax. Not wax, fucking Tony. Wax. I got the bot looking. How you doing, Tony? Okay, it's watching. Do a slash score. It's looking for a slash, a legit slash. Whatever, unlit. Okay. Okay, good. The code is detecting the command. I see the issue. When the slash command generates an issue, boom, boom, it should be sent. But I noticed the line 99, there might be, I need to debug the code. Let me monitor for actual slash command. So these are the slash commands: slash help, slash leaderboard, slash whack, slash rank, slash score. Is that an old JS? Is that an old thing? Is it still just catching up? Oh, that's you joining. Yeah, all right. The NCP server is supposed to like fix that issue. Why is that doing that? I don't know why it's not. YouTube is rigged. What do you mean by it's rigged? What do you mean by rigged? Honest mechanic. Oh, we got a call.
Call from Sloan Tech Consultancy.
Welcome, Sloan Tech. How you doing?
Hey, JS.
What's up, JS? What's going, brother?
Howdy. I find it ever more ironic that the hardest questions that you could ever ask somebody who's been brainwashed is a yes or no question. They will twist themselves in circles to not answer a yes or no question.
Yeah, I need to use that more. That did show up, didn't it, in that interview? Yes or no? Did this happen? Let's create a.
But what about Kamala? Well, no, that's not yes or no.
No, exactly.
Easiest question in the world. Like, just answer. Or, I guess you could say, give them an out and say, I don't know. Yes, no, or I don't know. Yes, no, or I don't know. But yes or no is seems to be the way to get them to trip up really bad.
Yes, yeah, definitely so. Where is XOXO in the chat? Is XOXO? Did you do that? Why are we getting XOXO ranked up to Comfifi cadet?
I think it's playing catch up on the stats.
I think it is. I don't think XOXO is XOXO even in the chat.
Not right now, I don't think.
I think that's from like yesterday or something, right?
I don't know, it might have been on earlier. I mean, I don't know how far back the memory on this.
I don't know either. Let me ask it. Yeah, trying to debug. This is like trying to get the code to fix this. This seems
And I feel like sometimes I spam your chat, but it's all because, you know, it's all for a cause, you know.
Yeah. No, it's good.
No,
So the bots recognize. I see. I had the bot like whenever one of the top 3 comes in, you get a little shout out like that. Moderator plus gold star, top fragger alert. JS number 2, Red Hat Ripper, 16 frags. But you have more than 16 frags, right? Maybe not.
I think so.
I don't know. Trying to think how to make sure.
I don't think Honest Mechanic was mega. YouTube is rigged. Well, that, yeah, it could be rigged against us.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy's talking about. Mechanic.
They suppress people talking facts, but promote BS tarot card readings. I don't think he was actually mega.
Yeah, Tony. I don't think he was MAGA. He was just speaking in general. Look at his history, dude. This guy's probably a good guy. I got to go look at chat. You know, Tony's always. He's a black dude. He's a black dude. Bring him back. He's got 2 videos. He talks about Jesus, 14 Jesus videos, and he's got some funk videos. The Honest Mechanic. What did he do with him?
I sound like someone from Napoleon Dynamite. That's funny.
I'm gonna add him as a moderator just to let him talk for a little bit. Go ahead, buddy. I'm giving you. Listen, sorry about that. Mechanics happen. Is that what you're saying, Tony? Mechanics happen. Yeah, you did. Yeah, I do that all the time. All right, taking notes. Alert. Quiet user taking notes detected. Quiet user, are you in here? Is taking notes in here? Check if they're conscious.
I have Narcan if you need it.
No, Linda, you can't be wrong, Linda. You whack away. Even if you make a mistake, it's right. Take the Cindy. Take the Cindy road. Cindy will teach you. Cindy. She's the master maggot whacker. We should start again. Whew, that was fun on there. Anything else going on in the news? Anything else, Jess? You're our report, our official government report coming in right now from JS.
No, the only thing I had today was the Miller thing earlier today. Freaked me out.
Oh God, if that isn't Naazi, dude, that's going to be major. You'll see. You're going to see Midas talking about that. Everyone's going to be talking about that. It's going to be the center. It's going to be all we hear about for this starting this weekend is about that. I got to fix that.
I don't know
every time.
I'm now armed with my Sharpie pen.
Okay, this. Hold on,
Weird, Riley.
I think we lost him. Riley, you want to call in? Riley, look, Riley, give us a call in if you're a MAGA. We want to hear from you.
I think he's a good guy.
Riley's
His chat history.
okay. We're looking at you, Riley. Not MAGA, hate them. All right, let me help you out. Is he new? The other thing he's always got to check is when their account was made. Right? That's the other thing. What the fuck did I just do to the stream? Refresh. Yeah, now it's like coffee. It's coffee and biscuits time now, guys. Coffee and biscuits. Get your coffee, relax. You know, just chat. We got rid. We defeated the MAGA horde.
Blameless because all those main ones.
We defeated the. I think we need some.
Mechanic, that was a mistake.
No, it was a mistake. I made you. You're not timed out, brother. You're back. That was just someone, like when you've got like zombies coming at you, and you sometimes whip around and you shoot your friend in the face, or the guy that you didn't know was your friend, that was going to be your friend coming around the corner because you thought it was a zombie, kind of like that. How you doing? Undown due process. That's right. The undown due process. Oh no, we don't have moderators here. Don't worry about it. That's just so JS doesn't shoot you in the face again. We don't need moderators. That's kind of, think of that like wearing a hat, like, or like how the Ukrainians had the blue band on their arm. That's all this is. Blue band on your arm. You've got the blue band on your arm now. We won't actually shoot you, or we won't pick on you. On there. Dude, the bot loves Jay. Look at the bot. Look at it. It keeps just bringing up every time you come in. I just told it, stop fucking announcing you. I got tired of, calling you. Oh, look. JS came in. Ooh, look, JS is back. Dude, the bot's got the hots for you or something. Undoubted. Checking conscious. Check consciousness. Is the other shit working on the damn things? Do a slash. I think I did a slash rank and it worked. I think it's working. Do a slash leaderboard. Don't overwarm. Dude. One at a time. Oh, getting a phone call.
Call from.
It's Riley. There's a loud beep.
Riley, how you doing?
What's up, bro?
How you been?
I love what you're doing. I'm great, man. My dog's barking. She thinks there's somebody here. Can I go pee-pee?
What kind of dog you have?
She's a mutt. I got her from the town for $20.
Nice. I wish we had. I went to the pound. They only had an old fucking raggedy old dog. I should go again. They don't. I mean, they don't have pounds. I don't know. Maybe they actually eat the dogs here, or they put them down or whatever. But there's not like we have in the States. We don't have pounds. I had to go to a pound. It was like on the other side of the friggin' state. It took me an hour to go there. I drove out there looking for. They had a bunch of cats. I did a video. They had like a couple dogs, and the dog was like lost. I think they put him down. It's unfortunate in Japan.
I definitely was not planning on getting a dog when I went to the pound, and it was right before COVID hit, and I thought about getting another dog for my dog after COVID, but everyone went and got a dog during COVID, and now they're giving them up, and that kind of makes me mad.
Rilo, consciousnness failed. Still booting from 000. Who's Rilo? Did Rilo say anything? Look. We just lost someone. I think it was JS on the other line. Sorry, JS. I switched over and left JS hanging. I think the bot now is calling out people that are just hiding in the wings. Look, the bot called out Rilo. Who's Rilo? Rilo, you there? Did I lose the other dude? He left too. All right. Dude, you're in Florida.
I'm in Florida. Yes.
I know. I recognize the 352. Where are you in? Are you near Tampa? St. Pete?
I'm near the Villages.
God damn, you're like my neighbor. I was in Homosassa, Citrus County.
Yeah. I get it.
We were like neighbors. I've been to the Villages out there. They're like going anti-Trump now, aren't they?
It's kind of a case-by-case basis, really.
They had a big old rally there.
I think a lot of people are feeling really weird right now because, like, why are we covering up the Epstein files so big and so hard? Like, even my dad is freaking hardcore MAGA, and he doesn't even talk about it anymore.
He doesn't talk about MAGA anymore?
Nope.
Yeah, they're feeling it, dude. They're realizing they made a mistake.
Fearless Orange leader might be a pedophile, and like that's their whole thing. They hate those people.
Yeah. Why is he hiding it? Why all of a sudden they're not bringing it out?
Yeah. And why do you have to distract from it so hard? It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, look, you're still fucking talking about JS. Look at that. Fucking bot is fixated. Is there?
So I worked on cruise ships in Germany, like building them in Papenburg, and somebody like the ships are enormous, like a city freaking block, and huge, and they have these elevator shafts, and some of them are for the workers on the ship, right?
Yep.
And so they had these ones, and they had them all covered up in plywood, and everybody would write little things on them here and there, notes to each other and whatever. And somebody put a huge swastika on the elevator, and man, that bothered me. And I was alone in the elevator, and I wrote a little note on it. I'll put a timestamp on it. It's like I put 70 years ago, the United States defeated Nazis.
You wrote that on the swastika?
Yeah.
Nice.
Underneath it, I didn't deface the swastika.
Why not? You should have ended.
No, I just kind of John Wayne'd it,
John Wayne'd it. Nice.
Like, I don't have to, like, be a little petty bitch and scribble over your shit. I'll just say what I have to say underneath it. So, like, later that day, we worked 12-hour days, and we just gotten off of work. I was like a Lone Ranger, but my buddy Jordan, he's like, hey, you gotta go look in this elevator shaft and see this. I'm like, I did not want to be I did write it, but I did not want to be associated with it because I might get my ass kicked, like coming around the corner or something. And he's like, "Oh, come on, you gotta see it." Da, 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 da. And I'm like, "No, I'm not going back to the like scene of the crime again." And I just looked at him, like once I finally dissuaded, got that notion out of him that I'm gonna go look at that. We were walking to the crew bar, and I just looked at him. I said, "Who do you think wrote it?" And he's like, "Oh," and I didn't pay for any drinks that night.
Oh, he saw your notes and wanted you
And
to.
he
He
was
wanted
trying to get me to look at it again. I'm like, "No, man, I'm not going back in that elevator again."
but he didn't know it was you.
He didn't. He was like, "Wow, somebody wrote this shit about like Nazis were defeated 70 years ago." He's
Gotta
like,
go look at it.
He's a good old boy from Missouri, and he's like, it fucking pumped his blood. And he wanted me to go back and look at it. I'm like, "Who do you think wrote it, bro?" And he's like, "Oh," we understood what they were saying. "Oh," and then we just went and drank.
Nice.
But yeah, I fucking hate Nazis. I love Germany. I've worked over there. I've visited over there. I've dated German women, and
They're hairy, aren't they?
like
They're hairy.
beautiful from top to bottom.
They're hairy.
I've been from Hamburg down to freaking, Bavaria and the mountains down there, and it's beautiful everywhere. I didn't go to East Germany at all, really, but man, that place is beautiful. I'm sorry to step on you.
No, not at all. No, I'm just coding. So Phil, take the stage.
But yeah, man, I'm doing things to make sure, I have options. I'm a patriot, and I fucking hate Nazis, and I don't know why the war ended on Nazis. Like, okay, we can end the war with Germany, but I don't know why we got to end the war with Nazis. So that's what I got to say about that. And konnichiwa and arigato.
Right, go daishimashite. All right. Well, yeah, I
I
think.
appreciate what you're doing.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's all we can do. I just get out there. Are you? Is there? I think. Getting out there and protesting. I mean, that's the hard work, really. Me, I'm doing the easy work, just being a cheerleader.
Yeah, everybody has a part to play.
So it just reminded me.
But dude, you can call me anytime. I have some stories that I can share. I dated this German gal. She was born, like, her parents were like grandfather age when she was born, but her dad was in Hitler's army, and he was a prisoner of war in Jacksonville. And I got some good stories. And if you ever want to talk about shit,
anyone want to hear the story? I think people may want to hear the story. I think you got people going, tell us more. I think I'll just code. You tell the story.
So Petra's dad is basically a pacifist. Like, he couldn't really, but he was recruited into Hitler's army, and if he didn't sign up, like, his family would suffer brutal consequences. And so he did, and, like, the way they told the stories, he shot over their heads, and he definitely didn't fight to the death, because he ended up in a POW camp in Jacksonville, Florida. And
they ship someone from Germany to fucking Jacksonville, Florida. That to me is crazy. So it's like they had to take
the POW camp in Jacksonville.
They had to physically.
The Germans actually consider themselves very lucky to be sent to America in a prisoner of war camp instead of fucking France, where people suffered, and they weren't nice to Germans. Nazis in particular. And yeah, there's actually some still hard feelings over there. Like if you're in Holland, you'll never find a fucking German beer. And if you're in Germany, like you got to go down into somebody's basement and you know somebody to buy some the green can of beer from the Netherlands. Has a star on it. Oh fuck. Somebody's got to know it's in the chat. So it's the most famous beer from the Netherlands. Heineken. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like the Heineken tastes way better over there, dude.
Well, it's like the Asahi beer in Japan. Let me get a water. Let me get a water out of here. I grab that. I grab this here. This is my concentrated mother. Look at that. Look at that. I hope this is okay to drink. Dude.
Just some water. I should get some water too. That's a good idea.
Look, I got this mother growing in here. It's like I don't know if it's toxic or not.
You know, whenever somebody tells me they don't feel well, I'm like, have you drank any water lately? Drink some water.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway.
teacher's dad was from East Germany, right? And, like, she would travel over to Germany to see her from West Germany to East Germany to see her family. Like, they had these special programs. And she brought a banana to East Germany, like in her lunchbox, and it was like a normal thing. And she says that when she took the banana out of her lunch pail, everybody from the East just looked at her. They're like, what? And they sliced the banana into little tiny pieces, and everybody got a bite from East Germany because they didn't have fucking bananas. They didn't have, I mean, they didn't have rice and beans and whatever, but yeah. And her dad and mother orchestrated an escape from East Germany and made it look like her dad was just a fucking deadbeat and left them. And my girlfriend wasn't born yet, but she has 3 older sisters that are still in Germany. And she took them to visit other families in West Germany and lied about her husband being a shitbag, no good father, and all this stuff. And like when she tells us, I'm almost crying now. Like when she tells us story, it's crazy, and that's what we're up against right now. Like fascism, socialism, communism. Yeah, dude, I'm not a fucking MAGA hole.
Yeah.
But it's almost midnight here, and I got things to do in the morning.
Go to bed. All right. Thanks for popping in.
I really appreciate talking to you, and call me again.
All right.
I'd love to talk.
All right, man. Good night. Hold down the fort there,
Good night.
Florida. Okay.
Good night,
all
man.
Right.
I appreciate
Good night.
you. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right. Anyone else want to come and talk? I think we're going to call it. I'm going to go chill. Trying to get this bot to work. I didn't know. Let's see. MAGA announcements. Let's see. NBA announcements. Heating up with the double whack. He's on fire. Triple whack. Boom! Shakala. Quadruple whack. It's in the shoes. I don't know. Well, that doesn't really work. It's in the shoes. From downtown. Razzle dazzle. No, I like the no. No, let's
You know why I left New York? I had a hard time going to a restaurant in New York City because people would stare at me and hated me and they had daggers in their eyes. You know what? I'm loved down here in Florida. Now, I don't know why New Yorkers are so intolerant, but that was my life in New York.
Yeah,
So
because you're an asshole.
I left New York. You know why I left New York? I had a hard time going to a restaurant in New York City because people would stare at me and hated me and they had daggers in their eyes. You know what? I'm loved down here in Florida. Now, I don't know why
That's right.
New Yorkers are so intolerant, but that was my life in New York. So I left. I left New York. You know why I left New York? I had a hard time going to a restaurant in New York City because people would stare at me and hated me and they had daggers in their eyes. You know what? I'm loved down here in Florida. Now, I don't know why New Yorkers are so intolerant, but that was my life in New York.
Easy. You
I'm
can
back.
find upcoming meetings held by your representatives at indivisible.org. And when you're there, ask questions, speak up, and bring
Indivisible.
friends. A big part of standing up is showing up. Number 3, join local resistance groups or organize one yourself. Start with groups related to issues that have motivated you to protest and follow up with organizers after the events to see how you can continue to support the efforts. This helps build solidarity. It also helps build a political organization for the future. Use online resources and attend virtual trainings from organizations like the ACLU and 5051 to learn about the basics of organizing. We are the leaders we've been waiting for. Number 4, boycott corporations and organizations that are caving to Trump. Your dollar is a source of power. Use that power by boycotting corporations and organizations that either support Trump or fail to denounce his authoritarianism. The Tesla boycott has proven effective.
How does it feel to lose $800 billion?
Law firms that cave to Trump have lost business to those that have stood up to him. Target's profits are tanking after rolling back their DEI initiatives. Companies rely on your spending, so vote with your dollars. Number 5, protect the most vulnerable. The Trump regime is not only targeting undocumented people and anyone it suspects is undocumented, but it's going after judges. It's stoking violence toward elected officials. It's trying to take away the rights of LGBTQ people. Join with others, stand up to these attacks.
You need to stop kidnapping people off the street.
If you hear people making malicious or bigoted statements, refute them.
The Charlottesville marchers, and I respect their views. You really should.
Support local politicians who are standing up to the Trump regime. I know things seem dire, and they are, but you are not alone. Together, we will stand up for democracy, and together, we will win. Here are 5 practical next steps you can take to make a difference. Number 1, call your representatives in Congress. We are in a national emergency. You may think that calling your member of Congress doesn't have much effect, but it does. Your representatives need to know where you stand as the Trump regime attacks our democracy. 5calls.org makes it easy by providing guides and scripts you can use. It's their job to listen to you, and if they don't, replace them with somebody who does. Number 2, attend town halls.
Why did you cut SNAP and healthcare research?
We do not have unlimited money in the United States.
If you haven't been to one, start now. It's easy. You can find upcoming meetings held by your representatives at indivisible.org. And when you're there, ask questions, speak up, and bring friends. A big part of standing up is showing up. Number 3, join local resistance groups or organize one yourself. Start with groups related to issues that have motivated you to protest and follow up with organizers after the events to see how you can continue to support the efforts. This helps build solidarity. It also helps build a political organization for the future. Use online resources and attend virtual trainings from organizations like the ACLU and 5051 to learn about the basics of organizing. We are the leaders we've been waiting for. Number 4, boycott corporations and organizations that are caving to Trump. Your dollar is a source of power. Use that power by boycotting corporations and organizations that either support Trump or fail to denounce his authoritarianism. The Tesla boycott has proven effective.
How does it feel to lose $800 billion?
Law firms.
This is what me and all the other repro dorks were talking about when we said there's going to be a national abortion ban, but they're not going to call it a ban. 2024, a bunch of anti-abortion doctors brought a case to the Supreme Court that said that mifepristone, a drug that has been deemed safe for over 20 years, is not actually safe. Supreme Court, you know, the who overturned Roe were very specific to dismiss the case on standing and not on merit, basically saying you have the right to do this, just not the right method, so try again. So then Idaho, Kansas, and Missouri filed a lawsuit in October saying that the FDA didn't do their due diligence to look into the safety of mifepristone again, which has been deemed safe for 20 years. All the science, and I use that term very loosely here, that they use for the suit is complete and has been proven to be so. Then that happened, and in May 2025, a bunch of headlines came out saying that Trump was defending mifepristone because
they've been protesting the music festival
judge to dismiss the case again on standing, not on merit. At
Do you have
the
a
time,
link,
I said this.
Linda?
This is a lose the battle, win the war situation for anti-abortionists. Because me and all the other repro dorks knew what was coming. They were going to come back with something bigger, stronger, and worse, and now they have. Because now Texas and its just as anti-woman sibling Florida are asking to be part of the lawsuit. Why are these states trying to get this suit to be heard in Texas so badly? Because of this Judge Matthew Kaczmarek. He's a Trump appointee who hates abortion and tried to get mifepristone overturned nationally in 2023. You can read the ruling. There is so clear that this man is so biased he cannot be impartial on this issue. Basically, Republicans are trying to hand the ball off to the Michael Jordan of the anti-abortion movement to give him the biggest anti-choice slam dunk of all time, sports. And it'll be Kaczmarek to decide if Texas and Florida will be allowed on the ruling. Great. If this lawsuit happens and Kaczmarek is the one to oversee it, this is going to bring back the Comstock Act. Mailing mifepristone, which accounts for 1 in 5 abortions, will be illegal, even in blue states, just as it was in the 1800s. Republicans know a national abortion ban would be incredibly unpopular, even with their base. So here's the workaround. Make it basically impossible for most people to access the pill. There's their ban. This is what me and all the other repro dorks were talking about when we said there's going to be a national abortion ban, but they're not going to call it a ban. 2024, a bunch of anti-abortion doctors brought a case to the Supreme Court that said that mifepristone, a drug that has been deemed safe for over 20 years, is not actually safe. Supreme Court, you know, the who overturned Roe were very specific to dismiss the case on standing and not on merit, basically saying you have the right to do this, just not the right method, so try again. So then Idaho, Kansas, and Missouri filed a lawsuit in October saying that the FDA didn't do their due diligence to look into the safety of mifepristone again, which has been deemed safe for 20 years. All the science, and I use that term very loosely here, that they use for the suit is complete and has been proven to be so. Then that happened, and in May 2025, a bunch of headlines came out saying that Trump was defending mifepristone because their admin too also asked a federal judge to dismiss the case again on standing, not on merit. At the time, I said this. This is a lose the battle, win the war situation for anti-abortionists. Because me and all the other repro dorks knew what was coming. They were going to come back with something bigger, stronger, and worse, and now they have. Because now Texas and its just as anti-woman sibling Florida are asking to be part of the lawsuit. Why are these states trying to get this suit to be heard in Texas so badly? Because of this Judge Matthew Kaczmarek. He's a Trump appointee who hates abortion and tried to get mifepristone overturned nationally in 2023. You can read the ruling. There is so clear that this man is so biased he cannot be impartial on this issue. Basically, Republicans are trying to hand the ball off to the Michael Jordan of the anti-abortion movement to give him the biggest anti-choice slam dunk of all time, sports. And it'll be Kaczmarek to decide if Texas and Florida will be allowed on the ruling. Great. If this lawsuit happens and Kaczmarek is the one to oversee it, this is going to bring back the Comstock Act. Mailing mifepristone, which accounts for 1 in 5 abortions, will be illegal, even in blue states, just as it was in the 1800s. Republicans know a national abortion ban would be incredibly unpopular, even with their base. So here's the workaround. Make it basically impossible for most people to access the pill. There's their ban. This is what me and all the other repro dorks were talking about when we said there's going to be a national abortion ban, but they're not going to call it a ban. 2024, a bunch of anti-abortion doctors brought a case to the Supreme Court that said that mifepristone, a drug that has been deemed safe for over 20 years, is not actually safe. Supreme Court, you know, the who overturned Roe were very specific to dismiss the case on standing and not on merit, basically saying you have the right to do this, just not the right method, so try again. But then Idaho, Kansas, and Missouri filed a lawsuit in October saying that the FDA didn't do their due diligence to look into the safety of mifepristone again, which has been deemed safe for 20 years. All of the science, and I use that term very loosely here, that they use for this suit is complete and has been proven to be so. Then that happened, and in May 2025, a bunch of headlines came out saying that Trump was defending mifepristone because their admin too also asked a federal judge to dismiss the case again on standing, not on merit. At the time, I said this. This is a lose the battle, win the war situation for anti-abortionists. Because me and all the other repro dorks knew what was coming. They were going to come back with something bigger, stronger, and worse, and now they have. Because now Texas and its just as anti-woman sibling Florida are asking to be part of the lawsuit. Why are these states trying to get this suit to be heard in Texas so badly? Because of this Judge Matthew Kaczmarek. He's a Trump appointee who hates abortion and tried to get mifepristone overturned nationally in 2023. You can read the ruling. There is so clear that this man is so biased he cannot be impartial on this issue. Basically, Republicans are trying to hand the ball off to the Michael Jordan of the anti-abortion movement to give him the biggest anti-choice slam dunk of all time, sports. And it'll be Kaczmarek to decide if Texas and Florida will be allowed on the ruling. Great. If this lawsuit happens and Kaczmarek is the one to oversee it, this is going to bring back the Comstock Act. Mailing mifepristone, which accounts for 1 in 5 abortions, will be illegal, even in blue states, just as it was in the 1800s. Republicans know a national abortion ban would be incredibly unpopular, even with their base. So here's the workaround. Make it basically impossible for most people to access the pill. There's their ban. This is what me and all the other repro dorks were talking about when we said there's going to be a national abortion ban, but they're not going to call it a ban. In 2024, a bunch of anti-abortion doctors brought a case to the Supreme Court.
If I were king, I would not allow people to go about burning the American flag. However, we have a First Amendment which says that the right of free speech shall not be abridged, and it is addressed in particular to speech critical of the government. I mean, that was the main kind of speech that tyrants would seek to suppress. Burning the flag is a form of expression. Speech doesn't just mean written words or oral words. It could be semaphore. Burning a flag is a symbol that expresses an idea. I hate the government is unjust, whatever. If I were king, I would not allow people to go about.
Who was the dude? Do you guys know who the sandwich guy is? He's like the new who's this guy? Fuck you. Fuck you, look at him go. Who was the guy, dude?
Online creator platform.
Yeah, I know. Bikinis, yeah. Good point, Linda. Good point. In English, who was the subway guy from the DOJ who threw the subway at the ICE officer and then ran in DC? Do a deep dive, find out everything, videos, whatever, about who that guy was. I love AI, dude. Just talk to it, finds it. You should do. Need to make sure some moves. The name was Sean. All right, the name here. Here's the information on the guy.
The subway incident, who it was. Name Sean Charles Dunn, 30, of Justice staffer, International Affairs Specialist, Criminal Division. He was fired after the incident. ABC 7 Los Angeles, correction. The target was a CBP, Customs and Border Protection agent, not ICE. Department of Justice timeline, Washington, D.C., August 10th, 2025, at 11:06 p.m. near 14th and UCNW, Dunn threw a sub-style sandwich at a CBP agent's chest, shouted fascists, then tried to run but was caught. He later admitted it, I threw a sandwich. Fox News, August 14 to 15, charged with felony assault, DOJ fired him. Department of Justice, August 27th, a federal grand jury declined to indict on the felony. Prosecutors may represent the case. Reuters video and primary docs, incident video, re-uploads. YouTube clip showing the throw and confrontation. YouTube charging document summary, DOJ press release, details the time, location, quotes, and admission. Department of Justice, early reporting with on-scene context. Washington Post overview. The Washington...
That's funny that the grand jury, they're like, oh yeah, you need to indict felony, and the grand jury is like, no, we don't think so. They fucking told the administration to fuck off. That's like the best. That's like the best. The bot's still fucking going, dude. Look at this shit, dude. Look at the bot. It's still catching up. It's just crush on Jay. This is going on and on, JS. It's what's it doing is doing a replay, Linda. It's doing a replay. Oh my god. JS, oh my God, he's my hero. Look at him crushing these maggots. I'm adding a quiz game. So when you do /quiz, it'll like ask you like, which of the administration is, would be this Nazi person, right? And then you pick which one it is. Like, was the bootlicker. Nickname bootlicker. We're going to teach people about Nazi Germany, 1933. So we're going to make this channel educational, Linda. Hopefully get all this shit working. Does the leaderboard? None of these slashes work.
Post-Feb. What to know about him. Employment. DOJ Criminal Division. International Affairs Specialist. Terminated following arrest. ABC 7 Los Angeles. Case status. Today, Aug 28th, 25 JST. No felony indictment as of Aug 27. Prosecutors can try another grand jury or pursue lesser charges. Reuters.
Still going. Well, it's not. I think what I figured out, it's not calculating. It's doing point by point calculations on it. I think I figured it out. What's going on? So I'm asking it to it should be in. Make his morals.
Well, when your Donald Trump and your own Trump-appointed judges are taking you to task for attacking the federal judiciary and ruling against you in your attempts to disqualify the entirety of the Maryland federal bench, you should check yourself. What's the phrase? Before you wreck yourself. Judge Cullen, nobody would describe him as a leftist, Marxist, rogue, unconstitutional, illegal, criminal federal judge, just some of the words Donald Trump has used against democratically appointed ones. He just ruled that not only can't Donald Trump sue the entirety of the federal bench in Maryland because he doesn't like the rule passed by the chief judge in Maryland, consistent with how appellate courts operate, which says if a petition of writ of habeas corpus is so important, so momentous, asking for a person who says they have been unlawfully detained or incarcerated to be brought before a federal judge, when that petition is filed for the judges in Maryland based on the local rule, 48 hours, that person can't be removed or sent away to foreign countries. If you like this update, check out and subscribe to the Legal AF YouTube channel and the Legal AF Substack. Well, when your Donald Trump and your own Trump-appointed judges are taking you to...
They should be so ashamed of themselves. They should be so ashamed of themselves. This is so embarrassing. Like, imagine, we don't have weapons. We don't have anything. We're not threatening anyone. We're not hurting anyone. And yet they think it's appropriate to bring this many police officers out because we laughed. Because we laughed. They think they're so big and bad protecting the power. They're not protecting the people. They're not interested in protecting the people. They're interested in protecting the power and showing off their badge and acting as though they're big, bad, and tough because they kicked some people out of an event that laughed. And they think that they're powerful. They think that they have the authority to do whatever they want, whenever they want, but they don't. They're scared little boys that use badges to make themselves feel big. They should be so ashamed of themselves.
I like Jezebel.
They should be so ashamed.
That's Jesse Kirk. Jezebel vibes. Christy Burke. Jezebel vibes. Do you listen to her, Linda? Jezebel? You should listen to Jezebel. It's her channel is at Christy, Kristi Burke, Burke, Christy Burke. She's great. Yeah, you need to. Goebbels. Yeah, it's giving out 1 point at a time, Linda. That's why. Even though he's getting 5 points, he's getting the he must have really been whacking the maggots.
Let's talk about our democracy for a minute. Commentary.
He's not gonna be a dictator. And then he's like, oh, I really could be a dictator if I wanted to be. I'm the president of the United States. I get to do whatever I want. No, he literally said that shit today.
Yeah.
None of this is true, by the way. He doesn't get to do whatever he wants. Yesterday, he was proven completely wrong about that. Incorrect that he does not get to do everything he wants to do. Yesterday, he tried to ban flag burning, American flag burning. And almost immediately, a 20-year veteran burned a flag right across the White House on federal parks. He was arrested. Some said he was detained, but he was actually arrested. I've got a few videos of that to show you today. Because it is a constitutional right. Here, let me grab my Constitution. You know me, I've always got my Constitution right here. It's under the First Amendment. Yeah, that's right, the first one. The First Amendment. They felt it so important they made it the First Amendment. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. Flag burning is speech, no matter who says it isn't, no matter who doesn't want it to be that. It is an expression of your feeling for the government, and it is protected speech. It is protected speech. And I've got a video today of Anthony Scalia, the great conservative Supreme Court Justice Scalia, calling Donald Trump a tyrant, by the way. Scalia, from the grave, calls Donald Trump a tyrant, which, you know, we're in weird times where Scalia's calling Trump a tyrant from the grave, and then Trump can't stop talking about being a dictator. As the National Guard is now carrying around rifles around the Smithsonian Metro Station in Washington, D.C. Now, he's threatening to send soldiers to Chicago. to make things safer, is what he claims. Now, I'm no expert in the military. I wasn't in the military. I'm not an expert in the military. That's just not my expertise. I'm much better at politics, elections, and shit talking. That's kind of my expertise, if you know what I mean. But here's the thing. Soldiers walking around the street with rifles slung across their front doesn't really smell like safety to me, right? Am I out of my mind? I mean, even in when cops are doing walking patrols, cops don't do walking patrols with rifles slung around their shoulders. I mean, they got a sidearm, maybe, you know. Maybe they got a stun gun or something like that, a can of mace, right? A billy club, right? I don't know. I'm really, a billy club doesn't make you feel that safe either. But a rifle? These guys are carrying rifles? I don't know. I don't think it really exudes safety in our streets when the military has to be out there with rifles. I've been to Chicago. And granted, I've been to the touristy part of Chicago. But I walked around in Chicago with me and my family, and I didn't feel unsafe. I was walking around on the sidewalks, right? I didn't feel unsafe. We saw plenty of homeless people. We saw plenty of people laying in the streets in a few places. But I didn't feel unsafe, right? I don't know. I've been to St. Louis. St. Louis is one of the highest crime rates in the country as far as cities concerned. It's in my state of Missouri, of course. That's where I live. So I've been to St. Louis. I've walked around St. Louis. I've never felt unsafe at St. Louis, even downtown St. Louis around the Cardinal Stadium. I've been to Kansas City. I've never felt unsafe in Kansas City. I don't know. I got to tell you, there are unsafe places in the cities. But the places in D.C. right now that the National Guard is patrolling seem to be some of the safest places that they're actually patrolling. Like, why aren't they going to the actual areas where there is crime? Why aren't you sending the National Guard there if that's the whole purpose? I feel like this is just intimidation. Don't you? I mean, to me, it feels like intimidation. This is everything Trump does. Trump bullies into everything. Trump even bullies to be a communist. He bullies to be a communist. He bullied Intel out of 10% of their company. He bullied them. Nah, I mean, they don't say he bullied them, but he fucking bullied them into communism. And yeah, I'm going to piss you off today because I'm going to compare Trump to the Mamdani effect. Because if you're mad about Trump getting 10% of Intel and you're still like, I love Mamdani. Ooh, boy. You're going to hate the video I have to show you. Yeah, you're going to hate it. Everybody's been saying, Tony, you say that Mamdani's a Marxist. You say he's a Marxist. Show your proof. Show the video. Well, I'm going to show it today. I'm going to put it to rest. I'm going to show the video to you today on this show where Mamdani says the end goal is to seize the means of production. That's what we're going to do. Let's see, what other stories? So we have the flag burning story. We have the Trump's a communist story, Trump's a dictator story, and then what's the last one? Oh yes, the Cracker Barrel. That's right. He's dictating what Cracker Barrel can and can't do. That's what he's going to do. I guess. I mean, if you're going to dictate, get that dick in your mouth and taste it, bitch. Let's get started on the truth. Should we start first with if Trump's a communist or not, or if he's a dictator? I don't know. There's a lot of communist material, so maybe I'll save that for the second two segments, and we'll do a longer version of this dictator thing. Let's go to the Cracker Barrel fiasco first. As you know, Cracker Barrel has been under a lot of scrutiny from the right wing, and what I mean, they've been bitching and moaning because they changed the Cracker Barrel logo and they painted the walls in the fucking Cracker Barrels after 35 years. This is a usual thing that the right wing does. They find something like, oh my God, you're trying to erase our whiteness. And Donald Trump responds today, finally, to Cracker Barrel. He says, Cracker Barrel should go back to the old logo. Yes, Mr. Dictator, Mr. King, Chairman Mao, we will make sure Cracker Barrel returns to its old logo. I'm not sure which one, the 1955 one, the 1971, or 1991, or the 2015 one. Not really sure. But we're going to go back to the old logo. Admit its mistake based on customer response, the ultimate poll, and manage the company better than ever before. They got $1 billion worth of free publicity if they play their cards right. Very tricky to do, but a great opportunity. Have a major news conference today. Make Cracker Barrel a winner again. Remember, in just a short period of time, I made the United States of America the hottest country anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, it was dead. Good luck. What? It was dead? Good luck? This is weird. Okay, so I told you the other day that I've been to Cracker Barrel. I'm sure a lot of you have been to Cracker Barrel. Now, if you think where you're at when you're at the Cracker Barrel, you could probably toss a rock and hit a major interstate. Okay? I want to lay this out for you in a way that you will understand probably why Cracker Barrel is rebranding itself. Okay? Now, you can probably throw a rock from almost any single Cracker Barrel restaurant and hit the interstate, or a interstate somewhere in the United States. Now, the reason why is because Cracker Barrel has a certain type of customer. They travel around the country. Now, if you've ever been in the Cracker Barrel country store, you would know that it's kind of like a Davy Crockett Christian store. At least it used to be. You know what I mean? They had like the coon skin hats, the fucking corn cob pipes, you know, the trinkets and souvenirs like that. And then they had a lot of Jesus stuff. You know, Jesus this, Jesus that. Here's a cross. Here's the Bible. Here's a God bless America shirt. That type of shit, right? Just MAGA before it was MAGA, really. Kind of. You know what I'm saying? You have an aunt that you go into her house and it looks like the Cracker Barrel gift store puked up all over that motherfucker. I know you have one. That kind of culture in this country has gotten really toxic. I don't know if you noticed that. It's gotten really fucking toxic. Like, white national Christians in this country have just went balls deep on their hate. And it's really not a very good retail brand unless you're marketing to just the hatred, right? It's not a good branding to just hate. But Cracker Barrel, they don't want that kind of branding. So I think that's probably why they're trying to, whitewash over the whiteness, if you know what I mean. But Chairman Mao here is very upset that Cracker Barrel changed their logo. And he felt the need to, I don't know, I guess his tweets now are executive orders. I'm not really sure. He seems to be ordering Cracker Barrel. I mean, this executive order to make Cracker Barrel change their logo back to the way it was has about as much weight as his executive order with flag burning. No, I'm not shitting you. It's about the same thing. And I'll show you when we come back right after this.
We'll be right back. Mark, 60 seconds. This is the Tony Michaels Podcast.
If you don't have a copy of the Constitution, I've got you covered. We made a digital version available for free. You can download it straight on your phone, your tablet, or your damn toaster if it's got Wi-Fi. So no excuses anymore. But if you're like me and want to feel the words in your hand, I'm telling you, get a printed edition. It's pocket size, looks great, and it's the kind of thing that reminds you what we're actually fighting for. Look. We're up against people who want to rewrite reality. But the words in this document, they're still the law of the land. And if you want to defend liberty, you better damn well know what it says. So go to yourpocketconstitution.com. That's yourpocketconstitution.com. Download the free version, grab the printed copy, get one for your friends, get one for your family, and carry it like a badge of honor. Because tyranny hates an informed citizen.
Fuck 'em, fuck 'em, fuck 'em, fuck 'em, fuck 'em, fuck 'em. We're back to the Tony Michaels Podcast.
Welcome back to the show. Go to yourpocketconstitution.com. That's yourpocketconstitution.com. Download the free digital version of the Pocket Constitution. You'll also get an opportunity to grab a real one that you can hold in your hand in real life. Get the Pocket Constitution. That way you can write in it and see it and do all that kind of good stuff. So go to yourpocketconstitution.com and get your free download of the Pocket Constitution. Okay, yesterday, Donald Trump decided that it would be a good idea that he would try and to ban flag burning, even though it's completely constitutional. Here is the video from yesterday, him signing the executive order that unconstitutionally bans flag burning, even though the executive order doesn't really ban flag burning. I'll explain. Let's take a listen.
Flag burning, it charges your attorney general.
Would you listen to this? This is flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags.
Yeah,
all over the world, they burn the American flag.
Yeah, the world, you don't,
as you know,
to know the world.
To a very sad court.
What are you guys doing?
I guess it was a 5-4 decision. They called it freedom of speech, but there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy.
The area goes crazy. Oh, yeah, they go crazy. So I'm going to write an executive order banning something that is not illegal. Here is yesterday, moments after Donald Trump signed this illegal executive order. When can we start deporting Donald Trump for committing crimes against the Constitution? Can we start deporting him to Uganda for crimes against the Constitution? I mean, this seems like a crime against the Constitution, doesn't it? I mean, it clearly states in here that you have the First Amendment right. And he's talking about the 1989 decision on the Supreme Court, but there's also a 1990 decision. See, in 1989, they decided that flag burning was completely constitutional under the First Amendment. And then Congress was like, no, you're not going to do that, bitch. And then they passed the Flag Protection Act, which then in 1990, the Supreme Court said, no, you can't pass a law to fucking change the Constitution either unless it's a constitutional amendment, you dumb motherfuckers. And they struck it down as well. So it's been struck down twice that flag burning is illegal. So Donald Trump signed an executive order deeming it illegal and trying to ban it because you're inciting violence. We already have laws against inciting violence, by the way. And so if you take a flag, it doesn't matter if it's an American flag, a Don't Tread on Me flag, and you set it on fire and you try to put it over someone or you try to beat someone with it and set them on fire, that's assault. Right? And if it causes a riot, oh, well, that's inciting a riot. But just the act of burning the flag is not inciting anything, you fat fuck. Here's moments outside the White House yesterday. A 20-year veteran, take a look at this, burned a flag in the clear view of the front doors, the front steps of our White House.
My name is Jay Harris. I'm a retired naval combat veteran, served over 20 years in the United States Army. I fought for every single one of your rights to express yourself however you feel that you may want to express yourself. And the First Amendment right to burn the American flag.
You ready?
Part C, in that house right there, it's like an executive order saying that it's illegal to burn the American flag. No president can make a law, period. No president can make a law restricting on First Amendment rights. I'm burning his flag as a protest to that illegal fascist president that sits in that house. Every single one of you American citizens, we burn this flag in protest to that president to feel that it's his right to do whatever he wants, make whatever law he wants, regardless if it's legal or illegal.
Okay, so this is the first known flag burning, especially this distance from the White House after Donald Trump illegally, again, he's illegally violating the Constitution. I'm just wondering when we can deport him to Uganda. But this is the first known flag burning since he signed the executive order. It's definitely the first one within shot eye shot of the White House. Now, soon after that, the park police, I believe, and the Secret Service came over and they took a fire extinguisher and they extinguished the fire that he had set. And soon after they detained him, here's Jolly Good Ginger, and I've got a couple videos of Jolly Good Ginger here, but here's Jolly Good Ginger describing what is happening to this gentleman directly after he set this Trump on fire, or this flag on fire after Trump signed the executive order. Take a listen.
This is currently detaining Jay Carey, a 20-year Army veteran, combat veteran, who just burnt a flag in front of the White House in protest of Donald Trump's executive order prohibiting the burning of flags.
My name's Jay Carey.
And then he goes on to describe that. Let's see if he's got the video after he was detained. There they are extinguishing the fire. And then here they are taking him to detain him. Let's watch that part. They are taking him to detain him. They actually did arrest him. They didn't just detain him in the area. They did put him in a vehicle and take him to a detention center. But he was actually arrested. He was charged with hate crime.
Nani?
No. So there they are detaining him. They question him. They search him. I've got another video here of the Jolly Good Ginger. Let's see if I can find this one. With the guy burning the flag. I forget his name. I think it's Jay something. He's the veteran. He's a 20-year veteran that was that set the flag on fire there in the park across from the White House. Yeah, here it is. Here is Jay Carey. That's what it is. Jay Carey. Here's Jolly Good Ginger with Jay Carey after he gets out of jail. Take a listen to this.
He's out. Okay, so if you saw the video earlier of the veteran that was burning the flag in protest of Donald Trump's executive order, this is him. He's out of jail. So walk us through. You got picked up by Secret Service, then what?
Yep, got searched, handcuffed, put in the back of one of their rides. Sat there for a while. They were arguing with park police on who had jurisdiction. The park finally had jurisdiction. They put me in the back of their car, the shitty ass car riding back, by the way. Wound up back over at their holding cell, their D cell, they call it D1. Yeah, you were just one. Yeah, this is one. They told me to search me 3 times. So what? 4 hours? Yeah. 4 hours. It's been about 4 hours now. So 4 hours, and then so what they eventually charged me with? They charged me with lighting a fire in a park.
Lighting a fire in a park. That's what they charged him with. So he's not going to get 1 year's worth of prison. You're not going to get 1 year's worth of prison. It's a misdemeanor. He's probably going to pay a fine. And I gotta say that I don't feel the need to burn the flag, right? Like I don't personally have this desire to burn the flag. I think a lot of people probably do have the desire to burn the flag, especially when you're trying to make a point about our government. Because as I've told you before, when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. And when the government fears the people, there is liberty. So get your lighter fluid, your lighters, and your flags ready. Because when Trump cannot arrest or put people in prison for burning flags, there is going to be egg all over his silly, nasty, orange little face. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
We'll be right back. Mark, 60 seconds. This is the Tony Michaels Podcast.
Remember when he told you gas was $1.98? Yeah, straight up lie. And he keeps telling it. But now you can call it out with the Gas Pumper Sticker Pack. 8 bold stickers. Crystal clear message. Ready for your laptop, your water bottle, your notebook. Really, anywhere you want to make the truth stick. These aren't just stickers. They're conversation starters. They're a way to remind people that propaganda doesn't pay at the pump. Or anywhere else for that matter. So go to TheTonyMichaels.com. That's TheTonyMichaels.com. Grab your Gas Pumper Sticker Pack sheet today and slap the truth wherever it belongs. That's TheTonyMichaels.com. Because if the truth won't stick, these will.
Fuck 'em, fuck 'em, fuck 'em, fuck em, fuck 'em, fuck 'em. We're back to the Tony Michaels Podcast.
Go to TheTonyMichaels.com. Find those stickers. But you got to do me a favor. Do not order those stickers. Don't order 4 or 5 packs of these stickers because you get the same amount of shipping. And go to the gas station and put those stickers on the gas pumps. Don't do that. That'll piss off MAGA. And because on the sticker it says, I lied to your stupid fucking faces, gas isn't $1.98, and it'll be perfect. But don't do it, because if you do it, you make them mad, and we don't want them to do that. So don't buy these stickers in multiple packs. Give them to your friends and family. There's also a release the list sticker on there as well. So don't give those to your family. Have them drive around town putting them on gas pumps. Don't do that. That'll make MAGA mad. I'm telling you, it's very, very directly. Do not order these stickers and put those stickers on gas pumps. All right. Trump thinks he's a dictator. Yeah, he thinks he's a dictator. That's why he keeps saying it. And I don't know. Is Trump is he like soft launching a dictatorship? Because it feels like he's soft launching a dictatorship. This was him yesterday in the Oval Office covering up his little moldy hand. Have you seen his hand lately? Oh my God. Oh shit. Grandpa concentration camps, congestive heart failure is showing, but so is his salivation of a dictatorship. Take a listen.
As you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator.
He can't stop saying the word. He loves the word dictator.
No, he loves the word. He loves the word.
This was him today, though. I'm going to actually play the longer clip. Yeah, here's the longer clip of him, because he keeps saying Chicago and dictator, Chicago and dictator. He keeps putting these two things together. So I know what he's going to come up against. What he's coming up against here is when he militarizes Chicago to go after black people. That's what he's doing, to go after black people. So when he does this to intimidate and to go after black people in Chicago, I think that they're going to call him a dictator, and he's trying to be like, no, I told you. I said I'm not trying to be a dictator. So that's why he's tying it to Chicago. But take a listen here today in the Suckfest, the cabinet meeting where they went around and gave Donald Trump fellatio.
They did. They all sucked him.
Go ahead.
Nobody else could have done it but us. And I think that crime will be the big subject of the midterms and will be the big subject of the next election.
That's all you're going to talk about.
Think of it.
Where the hell
they are, instead of saying Trump's right about crime, it's really bad in Chicago. You have a guy in Illinois, the governor of Illinois, saying that crime has been much better in Chicago recently, and Trump is a dictator. And most people say, if you call him a dictator, if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but he.
You sure aren't, you piece of shit. He's not a dictator. He's not even close. He's not even getting rid. I mean, he wants to be, probably. I mean, maybe he wants to be. I mean, he's really, really, really trying hard to be a Mandani-style communist, where he seizes the means of production and brings in 600,000 Chinese students from communist China. It's really fucking weird. It's really fucking weird. And I'm not really sure why he's doing that. But also, he said this in the same breath as he said he's a dictator, right? Okay. He said this in the same breath that he's a dictator about Chicago. Take a listen to this.
So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't
Does he
love
want anything to drink?
Not that I don't have. I would the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it.
I can do anything I want to do. Oh, I can do anything I want to do. I'm not a dictator, but I can do anything I want to do.
Notice the first part of this, though. What do you say about Pritzker and cooperating? Take a listen.
So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it.
Oh, I'd be so happy to do it. If you remember yesterday, I gave Democratic governors a plan to all get together and get a plan have a plan in writing how to really go after crime. I mean, really dig in. Like crime. Because here's the thing, folks. Normally, Republicans, they can run on things like, I don't know, the economy. It's in the toilet. They can run on things like foreign policy. People hate Trump right now because he's Israel first and not America first. And they don't have those things to run on right now. So they're going back to the golden oldies of crime. Crime. That's it. That's all they're going to run on. They're going to crime. Immigration isn't working, so they might as well go to crime.
I know.
And scapegoat black people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work with the brown people, so now they're going to scapegoat the black people. But I'll tell you something that Donald Trump is saying here in this clip that I just showed you, where he's daring Pritzker to come up with a plan and come present it to him, and I'm daring Pritzker to do the same thing. You band with Hochul, Gavin Newsom, Wes Moore, any Democratic governors for that matter. You get these Democratic governors, you get a real plan for crime. I mean, go after crime, go hard too, like real hard, like Republican style hard against crime in this plan, and ask for gazillions and gazillions of dollars from the President of the United States and watch him say no. That's what you do. This is politics, bitch. Go play politics. And don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back right after this.
We'll be right back. Mark, 60 seconds. This is the Tony Michaels Podcast.
Are you ready for best pizza of life? Bring friends down to Pepperoni Hug Spot. Our chefs make
hell
cheese, pepperoni, vegetable, and more secret things. Need delivery? Pizzas come fast. Knock, knock.
Show you here. Looks like it's from outside one of the buildings in Washington, D.C., the dictator King Mao Trump.
You know those optical illusions where you look at a picture and depending on where your eyes focus, maybe you're looking at a vase, maybe you're looking at two faces, it kind of keeps flickering back and forth. Looking at the Trump administration is like that for me. Though the flickering is between, this is democracy, the American people are getting what they voted for good and hard, or this is authoritarianism, at least the road to authoritarianism. I can see the picture of a president doing what he was elected to do. Donald Trump ran, unquestionably, on mass deportations.
We will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States.
He ran on reversing a historic surge of migration into this country.
They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed.
He won on that platform. He is just doing what he promised. He's tripling up his budget. He's funneling tens of billions of dollars to build detention centers. In LA, protesters tried to obstruct him, so Trump called up the National Guard. And after years of railing about crime levels in our major cities, Trump is using the power he has over Washington, D.C. to do something about it, to show Americans that he's doing something about it.
You want more?
I don't like any of this. I certainly didn't vote for it. But Trump promised, and Americans did vote for, the biggest deportation operation in U.S. history. It was always going to be ugly and cruel. So I can see that picture. And then it flickers, my eyes refocus. I see the evisceration of due process.
Show me right now. Where's the warrant? Wow! This is illegal!
Bye-bye due process.
I see them building detention centers where it is extraordinarily hard for lawyers and families to reach the people in them. I see men in masks refusing to ID themselves.
We don't need to give you ID.
And pulling people into vans. I see armed U.S. troops in camo, some on horseback, riding through MacArthur Park in Los Angeles like they're an occupying army. I see Trump sending in armed forces to take over the American Capitol. What is going to happen when, predictably, a protester throws a rock at an agent, or a Marine hears a car backfiring and thinks they heard a gunshot? In an instant, this could all explode. You can have American troops firing on American civilians in an American city and a country-defining crisis. And then what? What happens then? Because that's the other picture I see, the one that keeps coming into clear focus. Not Trump cleaning up crisis or disorder, but Trump creating crisis and disorder so he can build what he has wanted to build, an authoritarian state.
Yep.
A military or a paramilitary that answers only to him.
Exactly.
That puts him in total control. And I wonder, are these pictures even different? Trump promised all of this. You can destroy democracy somewhat democratically. Radley Balko is a journalist who's written about policing and criminal justice for decades. He's the author of Rise of the Warrior Cop, the militarization of America's police forces, and he writes the terrific Substack The Watch, where he's been tracking the militarization and the escalation of all this under Donald Trump. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Radley Balko, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on.
So I want to start here by following the money a bit. The Atlantic reported that in Donald Trump's 2026 budget, you had the FBI seeing a big budget cut, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, a big cut, the Drug Enforcement Administration, again, big cut. At the same time, they're passing bills to triple the budget of ICE, to all in add $170 billion to immigration enforcement. What's behind this pattern of the big crime agencies seeing their budgets cut and immigration enforcement entering a kind of budgetary expansion we have never seen before?
I think it's just a continuation of the hollowing out of institutions that we've seen over the last 6 months. ICE and Customs and Border Protection have long been kind of the most rogue, kind of renegade and certainly pro-Trump police agencies in the federal government. So I think Trump sees those two as the most loyal to him. Also, obviously the mass deportations are going to ensure that those two agencies remain relevant throughout his administration. The FBI has a long and proud history and culture. There are a lot of stains on that history and culture, but it is an institution that has prided itself on its independence. Same with the ATF, which has often bucked, Republican administrations. I've certainly had my problems with the DEA over the years, but they also, there is a separate sort of culture and sense of independence there. So I think this is an effort to build up the two federal police agencies that Trump sees as most loyal and deferential to him.
It's really big. I mean, one quote that I came across while I was preparing for this episode from the journalist Caitlin Dickerson, I don't know. You know these things and then you realize you don't really know them. You're not tracking their scale. She writes, it makes immigration enforcement's budget, quote, larger than the annual military budget of every country in the world, except the United States and China. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, just one component of the Department of Homeland Security, is getting more money than any other law enforcement agency in America. We've already seen pretty big changes in how ICE is acting. We've seen pretty big changes around how border police are acting. You've tracked internal policing for a long time. What is different about what we've seen over the past, months of the Trump administration versus what we were seeing from them, say, 5 years ago?
What we're seeing now are the tactics and operations and policies that over the last 20 years I refrained or tried to restrain myself from warning about because it would sound too unhinged. I've warned for a long time about police agencies becoming too militarized, too aggressive, too sort of us versus them. Militarized both in the sense of the equipment that they use, but also in the mentality that they bring to the job. But it was always in response to a real threat, right? So it happened during the crack epidemic, right, which killed a lot of people, which actually existed. It happened after September 11th, where you had, these attacks on American soil. And so Homeland Security started equipping police departments across the country with this, military style police gear. What we're seeing right now is not, it's in response to a manufactured crisis, right? I mean, Yes, crime is real. Yes, crime is higher in DC than in other cities, but there is no crisis in DC, right? As we've all documented, crime is down pretty significantly there. Los Angeles, there were a few incidents of violence or more like property destruction during the original protests against immigration enforcement, but it was not, it wasn't. In response to a crisis that is completely of Trump's own making, not a good faith effort to go after the worst of the worst, which if you look at polling, overwhelmingly, that's what people wanted. They wanted them to go after people who had violent criminal histories and criminal records. You can't hit the figures that they wanted by just targeting the dangerous people, because targeting dangerous people don't make themselves available to ICE, they hide. It's a hell of a lot easier just to send a couple of ICE agents to courthouse and arrest people as they show up, as they're supposed to be doing for their hearings. So that's what we're seeing. It's a lot easier to go to Home Depot and just massively racially profile and arrest anybody you see, and then sort through the paperwork later. It's a lot easier, as we saw here in Nashville, to just pull over every driver who looks Latino. And if they can prove their citizenship, you let them go, or if they're white, you let them go. And if they can't, you detain and arrest them and send them through the process.
There's been a lot of expectation. It's very, very difficult to do without creating a lot of tearing into the social fabric. But there has been a sense and a fair amount of internal reporting that one of the things happening here is that the heads of these operations are just getting hammered by top officials in the Trump administration for not having their numbers up. And it's like, you figure out how to have your numbers up. Go sweep everybody up at the Home Depot, whatever it might be. But that the way this is being done at the top level is just demanding they hit a quota. And that is then flowing down in, these very destructive and cruel ways.
Yeah, that's my understanding of what's happening also. In fact, in LA, the raids on Home Depot parking lots came after, a rant by Stephen Miller. That's kind of how they interpreted what he wanted done. Stephen Miller is a menace. He's been very clear about what his intentions are. He's been very clear that he does not believe the United States should be a place that takes in refugees from other countries. He's been very clear that he thinks the United States should be a primarily Western culture country. We've read, investigative journalism about his influence by white supremacists. He is, he's made he has not pretended to hide who he is. And the fact that, the personnel numbers that they've set out for ICE in order to meet the mass deportation figures, the goals that they've set, they're going to have to hire a lot of people. And they're going to have to they're going to have to lower standards, which they're already doing. But also they're going to have to hire the kind of people who are going to be looking at these videos that are coming out of ICE, terrorizing families, arresting children, pulling grandmothers out of their homes. They're going to be hiring people who look at those videos and say, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do for a living, right? But then we're also seeing these pretty explicit appeals to white supremacy and white culture. I mean, there's I think one of the social media posts they had said something about, defend your culture, join ICE.
That's the one with like the painting of like a very Western cowboy family, like cradling this extremely white baby.
Right.
The caption and the photo really, or illustration, really told a tale. I think even if you're not out there looking for dog whistles.
Right, and there's another one of like of sort of white settlers chasing Native Americans off the land in a kind of a white angel sort of hovering over the landscape, which history books actually teach as sort of an embodiment of like the worst excesses of Western expansionism. So it's, they're embracing these ideas that we've always looked at as kind of a regrettable part of our history. And then there's another one where they explicitly referred to a text, a book that was written by an unapologetic white supremacist. And you kind of have to know that name and that book to get that, but that's the people they're appealing to, right? Why do you make that reference if it's going to be opaque to most people? You're appealing to people who know what the reference is. So anybody who's left in these agencies who still takes a institutional view of policing, the idea that police should be accountable, that they should serve these communities and not occupy them, they're going to be overwhelmed by these new people. So I think whatever culture of community service was left in either of these agencies is pretty quickly going to be overwhelmed as these new hires start to take effect. The other thing we're seeing is obviously the masks, and there's an anecdote I've told a lot over the years of the neoconservative writer Michael Ledeen, who I think it was in 2007, 2008, was one of the kind of neoconservatives who were agitating for war with Iran. There were a series of photos that came out of Tehran of a drug raid in Tehran, cocaine raid, and all the officers in the raid were wearing masks. And Ledeen wrote at the time that when the agents of the government hide their faces, it speaks volumes about the relationship between the government and the people, right? And he was saying that this is a sign of a totalitarian state. And now it's just routine. I mean, we're seeing this all over the country. So, I think we're in a pretty terrifying spiral right now.
1933,
and,
baby.
I've tried to, over the course of my career, be sort of level-headed and refrain from expressing things in too dire of terms, but I think we have entered kind of the worst-case scenario, and it's hard to see how we get out of it.
What is the worst-case scenario?
The worst-case scenario is that Trump sends active-duty military troops into any city that displeases him, any city where there's protests. I mean, during his first administration, we know that he wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act. He wanted to send active duty military and to put down the George Floyd protests. And he, openly floated the idea of just shooting them, just shooting the protesters. To be fair, he said shooting them in the knee. So, I guess it's not as bad as it could be. But, what I think we're seeing right now is Trump is attempting to build his own paramilitary force, right? They want people whose, first and ultimate sort of loyalty in this job is going to be to the president. And, I'm a journalist, not a historian, but I'm a student of history. And there aren't very many countries in which the political head of the country assembled his own personal paramilitary force that was loyal only to him, where things turned out well. So that's I think where we are right now.
Let me try to take their perspective on this for a moment, at least a stated perspective. You talked about this as a manufactured crisis. DC's crime rates, we can talk about those in a minute. I agree that's manufactured, at least for the purposes of their takeover of DC. But Donald Trump ran for president in 2024, saying to the country that we have seen record illegal immigration into this country. That was true, actually. That America is buckling under the weight of all these illegal immigrants. That's arguable, not my view, but it's their view. And he promised the country mass deportations. And he said it aloud, and he said it clearly, and he said it repeatedly, and he won the election. And we're here talking about paramilitaries, but what they're doing is simply following through, in their view, on what the country voted for. Mass deportations can be ugly. They're difficult, they're violent. They require not just shutting down the border, but ejecting the people already here.
I'm gonna go the back way.
More ICE agents, it's going to require confrontations. But that this is not something outside the boundaries of what should happen after an election. This is exactly what they ran on. It is, and now they're just following through as they told us they would.
I think my response to that would be that we don't, we have the Bill of Rights for a reason. You can't vote away basic constitutional rights. They aren't subject to, the whims of a majority. And what we're seeing is we are seeing suspensions of due process for people who are here and undocumented. We're seeing people being arrested when they show up for their hearings, when they're abiding by the law, doing what they're supposed to be doing. We've seen the Trump administration revoke protected status for refugees from countries who are fleeing violence, political persecution, famine, natural disasters all over the world. We're seeing the administration has revoked that protected status for them and is now detaining and moving to deport them. These are people who came here legally, who were invited here, in fact. They're firing immigration judges who aren't ruling the way they want them to rule. They are freely admitting that they're racially profiling. So I guess my bottom line is that the government is not allowed to start violating our basic constitutional rights just because people voted for that in an election or thought they were voting for that.
Right here,
I found it a little shocking to watch them sending masked agents to courthouses where immigrants are showing up and participating in the system exactly as the system has asked them to participate. Right? These are clearly not people hiding. They are walking into the courthouse, even knowing in recent weeks and recent months, people have been yanked out of courthouses. And they're being arrested before they talk to a judge. They're being arrested during their process. So what exactly is the policy here? I mean, you are allowed to go to a hearing and claim asylum. That's the legal pathway. Have they decided they don't qualify for asylum, or they no longer get hearings? I mean, beneath what they're doing, what is the process they are asserting should exist?
Okay.
Yeah, so this gets kind of into the weeds of immigration law, and I'm going to tell you my understanding of it, with the caveat that I'm not a lawyer. But as I understand it, these are people who, during the Biden administration, went through the proper channels to request asylum, whether it was through the app that you could use, or in some cases people who just crossed the border and immediately turned themselves in and said, I'm requesting asylum. And so they were sort of entered into the asylum process. And so part of that means you get released because we can't hold everyone who's requesting asylum. We can't detain all of them. But they're released on the condition that they show up for these hearings as their case progresses. So what's happening is that these people were showing up for their asylum hearings. The government is saying at the asylum hearings, we're going to release all of our sort of dismiss the government's case against this person, right? So at that point, the person is no longer someone who went through the proper channels to legally request asylum. At that point, they are now just someone who is undocumented and is here without authorization. And so now ICE is legally permitted to detain them and sweep them up because they're no longer in the asylum process. Now, as I understand it, that is legally dubious, to say the least, and it's being challenged in federal court. But it's a way for them to just kind of say, we're going to, it's a way for them to apprehend these people. It's a way for them to boost their deportation figures.
I mean, among other things, it seems like it would make a lot of immigrants go to ground. If that's what you get for showing up, why show up?
It's a very similar thing. I mean, this really scary thing we just saw, where the IRS is now, sharing its taxpayer data with ICE. One of the big arguments you always hear on the right is that, that undocumented people are, receiving government benefits and not paying taxes, and it's not true. They do pay taxes. They pay all the payroll taxes, and so by going after them to the IRS, you're now encouraging, you're punishing the people who are paying taxes, who are giving back. You're going to encourage people now to find ways to avoid that. It is what they're doing is they're prioritizing sort of the video. They want the social media. They want to project to their hardest core supporters. They want to fulfill that kind of thirst and glee for seeing cruelty done to people that they think are, as Trump himself put it, less than human, people who poison the blood of the country.
Well, it seems to me they want to inspire fear.
Right.
There have been all these videos of people asking ICE agents, what's your badge number? What authority are you here under? And in many cases, these people are masked up. What is more frightening to a public than masked agents of the state operating without clear authorities or oversight, who seem able to do whatever they want to you.
Nazis.
Yeah, and the reason they
Nazis
is that people are doxing ICE agents, right, publishing their names. That's not illegal. There's no crime against that. There's no crime against publishing the names of law enforcement officers, particularly those who are doing this sort of aggressive policing. And they keep pointing to, these. I think I don't know, the number keeps growing. I think the last I saw a 400% increase in assaults on ICE officers. And Philip Bump and some other journalists have broken that down, and it's from, I can't remember the exact figures, but it's from a 2-digit figure to maybe a 3-digit figure. And when you consider the number of sort of altercations and encounters between ICE agents and residents, it's actually seems pretty low.
I understand the masks a tool of fear. Police get attacked. Police can fear being doxxed, but they show up in their uniforms and looking in a certain way because they're meant to project authority, but they're also meant to seem like part of the community. People you could talk to, people you could go up and ask a question of, people who are there serving you. But it does seem like the policy is not just cruelty, the policy is fear.
Yeah, and part of that, I think, projecting fear is sort of flaunting your unaccountability, right? That you're above the law. I mean, one of the first things Trump said when he sent the National Guard into D.C. was, he specifically told them when he takes over the D.C. Police Department, police officers will be able to do, quote, whatever the hell they want. Federal agents are almost completely immune from civil liability. There's a case called Bivens from the early 1970s where the court created a way for people to sue federal agents for violating their constitutional rights. And in 2022, the current court basically all but revoked that ruling. I mean, all but completely overturned it. Gorsuch, in fact, in a concurring opinion said, we might as well admit what we're doing here, which is we're obliterating Bivens. So there's no civil way to hold federal agents accountable for violating people's rights in these cases. There is, in theory, they could be held criminally accountable, but that would require Trump's Justice Department to bring charges against them. We know that's not going to happen. So there's no criminal liability. There's no civil liability. So what's left? I mean, the only way that you can sort of hold these agents accountable in any way for the displays of sort of abuse and cruelty that we're seeing is, sort of social opprobrium or social shaming, right? And by wearing masks, they're removing that last sort of remaining bit of equity.
This podcast is supported by T-Priority from T-Mobile. At T-Mobile, our critical mission grows.
Tell me about another piece of the institutional attack, which is the attack on people who work with immigrants. You had a newsletter just about a lawyer who contacted you, who had been, asked to give some pro bono just advice to some immigrants who were facing deportation. And what happened to him? So can you tell that story, but also then sort of what you understand happening on the more macro level?
Yeah, so what happened to this lawyer is that he doesn't work in immigration law. He did real estate type law, I think title defense, or title insurance. But he walked into a gas station, he walked into regularly where he knew the people who worked there. And he had previously, I think, given some advice to an immigrant family. And they said, well, there's this other family where the father was recently detained on a workplace raid. And, they're worried, and could you just stop by and give them some basic advice? And so he did that. I don't have my story in front of me, so I'm not sure about the exact timeline, but I think it was a couple days later, he said he was working at home and he was on his, he works through a VPN, and the VPN...
It's a way of accessing the internet.
Yeah, it's a way of sort of anonymizing yourself when you're out on the internet. And his VPN went down, and then he got a knock on the door, and he went and he opened the door and he saw two people who identified themselves as law enforcement but wouldn't say which agency, wouldn't give them their names, wouldn't give them their badge numbers. And so he, basically asked them what it was about, and they asked if he had recently given some advice to undocumented people. And at that point he said he wanted to go, talk to a lawyer. He wasn't going to talk to them anymore and shut the door. It's a disturbing story because, you know, you've got ICE agents, presumably ICE, I guess it could be any federal or state agency, this was in Texas, coming to someone's private home. Clearly that meant they had to look him up, you know, look up his address. He had a door camera, right? And so, you know, presumably they saw that and decided they didn't want to be on camera, and so they shut down the Wi-Fi so it wouldn't work. You know, this is speculation. I guess it's possible that his Wi-Fi coincidentally went down at exactly the time that they came to his door. It seems unlikely. So he was disturbed by this, and so he told his employer about it and said, you know, he was worried about it. And the response he got was pretty cold from his own employer. Clearly they didn't want to be dragged into some fight with the Trump administration over immigration. And he eventually lost his job, specifically because he made a big deal out of this internally. So that's one incident that's pretty disturbing, I think. But beyond that, you know, I'm currently working on a book about public defense and public defenders, which is not going to be at all timely when it comes out, given everything that's going on. I'm not sure it's a topic anyone's going to want to read about. But part of that was I embedded myself in a lot of public defender offices over the country, and so some of the better, sort of more equipped public defender offices.
Yeah, returning ICE. You know, if you're returning, they're giving a $50,000 bonus, make up to $170,000. $170,000 for returning. They're trying to get people to return. You know, people come out of retirement, come back. They've got so much fucking money, dude. $170 billion, dude. That's just insane. They're just giving away money. Trying to build this Gestapo police force as quickly as they can. You know, it's pretty horrific. Pretty horrific. That's what we got, Linda. Yeah. To come up with an intelligent spindle. I'm thinking about this whole problem with JS. We got the JS problem. I'm gonna call it the JS problem, Linda. I think I figured out. Got a solution. Just thought about it, what it's gonna be. If I can fix the JS, the computer is fucking enamored with JS. Notice, look at the output. 0102 is in love with JS. What's up, pissed off? Good morning, sir. How you doing? So, I'm walking upstairs, so I may lose connection. Oh my God, my back's still killing me. Going to bed. All right, good night, pissed off. Go to bed. So, I think I know what we got to do. We got to keep the notification has to be on a spindle, right? And then the bot is monitoring also the feed, and it's putting it out, and it's, even though it's not going to be exact, right? And then it does like bonuses awards and shit. Like it'll just like group a whole bunch together in order to stay up with the output. Upside down. Now, what happened to my... Why did that die? Why's cursor dead? What happened? Claude. What's up, Jake? What's up, Jake? All right, let's kill. Okay. It's doing that shit too. Yeah, this is. It's still fucking coming out, dude. Okay, I'm still seeing. We're still. This is. Okay, so there's my score. So the score thing worked, but took forever, dude. I did that. I asked for my rank like so long ago, and finally my rank came up. Yes. What's up, Cindy? Meet Linda. Cindy is meet your sister Linda. Cindy. Cindy is she is a MAGA. She's like a mega basher. I got the thing going. Look, the 0102 is in love with JS. Trying to get this damn bot working. Okay, so how can we... Alright, I'm going to end this chat. Let's end this chat. I need to try to clear this bot. This bot is just keeps sending shit, dude. It's just eating up my API. My fucking tokens. Alright, we're going to end this. I'm going to restart, okay? I know, Cindy, you want to get your bash on. Get your coffee. You got a couple minutes. Go get your coffee. Get your hammers out. Let's bash some Nazis.